Good morning, everyone. Morning, colleagues. Morning to our hardworking central staff, employees. Morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and a very, very special good morning to the Girl Scouts. This is Girl Scouts Week here at the Virgin Islands Legislature, and we have some very beautiful, intelligent young ladies here with us today. I'm going to start with introducing my assistant for the day. She is the Rules Committee Special Assistant for today. Her name is Siani Marley Stephanie Astri. Initially, I said her name is Siani Astri. She said, no, that's not my full name. You're forgetting two names. You're forgetting the Marley and the Stephanie. Clearly, Miss Astri is in charge here at the legislature. She's a second grader at the Moravian School. She wants to be the president. I don't see Senator Fred Gregory. She might have gotten a little nervous when she heard that. But she wants to be the president of the legislature, the president of the United States. And I think she can do it. If you see this young lady today and you hear her talk, you can see that the sky is the limit for her. She enjoys watching TV, playing games with her friends, playing tag and video games. And we have big, big plans for Siani Marley Stephanie Astri. Her parents are Vania Astri and Astefan Astri. I got it right? Astefan. Okay, thanks. And before we begin, I'll allow my colleagues, give them the opportunity to introduce their assistant for the day. And I'm going to start with my freshman colleague, Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph.
A pleasant good morning, colleagues. A pleasant good morning, senators, and our listening and viewing audience. And a pleasant good morning to all the Girl Scouts. I'm a former Girl Scout leader, and we have already had our Girl Scouts recite the Girl Scout Pledge. And I would love to introduce to you one. I have two of them joining me this morning. My first one who is present today is Miss Caitlin Foy. Caitlin is a second grader attending the Moravian School at the Memorial Campus. Caitlin's parents are Candice Benjamin and Ted Foy. Caitlin, can you join me in reciting the Girl Scout Pledge?
Yes.
Let's do it together. Together, Caitlin. Put up the sign. We have to stand up. Put up the sign. Let's go. One. Oh, I have the other one. Other Girl Scout here. They're both brownies. The other Girl Scout I have joining me is Miss Kiani Schoon. And Kiani is a second grader. Don't mind that she stands very dainty and small and petite. She is in the second grade attending the Lockhart Elementary School. So we are going to recite the Girl Scout Pledge for everyone. After three. 1, 2, 3. On my honor, I will try to serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law. Very good, very good. So we welcome them here today, and I'm very thankful that Girl Scout is still on the move and still a vital part in our community. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, please introduce your assistants for the day.
Good morning. Good morning, Trinity. Good morning, Jahima. Jahima, you make me bring out all my syllables today. All of them, every single one. It's good to have you all here. We're going to have a good time today. And this is Girl Scout Week. Happy Girl Scout Week. I was a Girl Scout, and I looked at your number. I was actually a Brownie and a Girl Scout. I looked at your number. Your number is 44532. That's your troop number, right?
Yes.
What did I tell you my troop number was?
116.
Yeah. So that's like a long time ago, right? But we're going to have a good time. I know that my colleague wants to start his meeting, so we're going to have a good time today. And you guys are going to learn a lot, all right? And we're going to make sure we feed you, but I want you all to do what? Pay what? Attention. All right, so we're going to have a good time. And you know what? You guys are lucky today. Guess what? I have 3 legislative bills on the agenda. I going to work hard. I got to read. Okay? Yeah, I got to read. Okay, good. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Is that a... Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. And Senator Fred Gregory, your troop was 116? Miss Mescas. I remember Miss Mescas. I remember Janet Mescas. Okay. I remember Miss Mescas well. 116, and today their troop number is 44532. So that was many, many, many years ago, Senator. Senator Payne, please introduce your Girl Scout for the day.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good morning, listening viewing audience. Today I have with me a little brownie by the name of Melody Williams, the daughter of Tamika White and my good friend DJ. She's a proud second grader attending the Moravian School, 7 years of age. Her favorite subject in school is math and science. Her favorite hobbies are singing and dancing. Her favorite color is purple and pink, and her favorite food, just like mine, spaghetti and pizza. Well, with a name like Melody, she came into my office this morning and they said, Melody, have you ever played any musical instruments? She said, nah. I said, well, today, you're going to get your very, very first lesson on what it takes to play the steel pan. So, this is Melody Williams' first. This is her debut, her first time ever playing a steel pan. All right? You ready? Let's hear it for Melody. Let's hear it for Lil Melody. This is her first time ever playing the steel drum. So John, Rising Stars, I want to send you all her contact information. Okay, all bookings done through my office. All right. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Melody, congrats. You're going to be on TV, you know. You're going to be world famous. All your friends and your family are going to see you, you know. All right, make sure we're going to send you a copy so your parents can post it on their social media page. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne and Melody. Senator Marvin Bladen. Senator Bladen, you have an assistant there with you too. Please introduce.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the viewers and audience. I have here with me Ms. Aliyah Green. She attends the Niski Moravian School, but I'll let you hear her say a little bit about herself. Aliyah, stand up.
Good morning. My name is Aliyah Green. I go to Niski Moravian School. My favorite color is purple, black, white. I don't play any instruments. I like to watch anime most of my free time. And I like to sell cookies most of the time.
That's Aliyah Green. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden and Aliyah. And we have one more Girl Scout. No, we have several more. But I'm going to get Senator Carrion's assistant. Our Senate President will introduce Senator Carrion's Girl Scout assistant.
All right. Of course, Camille, I want to apologize to you for my colleague. He is coming from St. Croix. So he coming all the way from St. Croix to be with you today. Okay? So that's a good thing. He's on his way. And your name is Camille Boyce. Camille Boyce is Senator Samuel Carrion's assistant for the day. So Camille, what school do you go to? Adelita Cancrine Intermediate. I kind of learned that today. I was like, Adelita Cancrine Intermediate. We got a lot of things going on that we know about wrong here. Yeah, but you're going to have a good time with us, and we're going to have a good time with you. I urge you to just listen and lean into our conversation today. Today's going to be a good day. We have some good bills on the agenda, so you're going to learn a little bit about, y'all are going to learn a little bit about what's happening in the legislature and what we're trying to do for the Virgin Islands, okay? So as soon as Senator Carrion comes, we'll take you over to him, all right? And if you don't come on time, we got you. You're going to be with me, all right? You good? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Janelle Saru.
Hello? Oh, thank you, come. So we are not on this committee, but we wanted to be in thing. So we come upstairs. So this is Miss Samara Santos. I was a Girl Scout, you know. Don't mess with us. So this is Samara Santos, and she attends a Moravian school. She likes to play the piano. She wants to be a doctor. Her favorite book is Captain and the Video Games. Trapped in a video games? Video game? You tell the public, come.
My favorite book is Trapped in a Video Game.
Oh! You could say I didn't read that book, right?
Video game, Senator.
So I just brought her up today because I explained to her the committee process, and this is the committee on rules. I'm not on this committee, but we will be downstairs in our office, and she'll engage. She'll answer the phone. She'll work with me on solving some constituent issues, but I wanted her to get some spotlight on the Senate floor. So tell everybody good morning. Come on, Samara.
Good morning.
Look like you're happy to be here, no?
Good morning.
So, guys, have a good committee meeting and happy Girl Scout week. It's impressive to see everyone in here. So thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Saru and Ms. Santos. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I want to be able to introduce you to, I got double. I have two beautiful young ladies that are here with me. I have Alyssa Boyce and Aaliyah Joseph. And one of the things about me and Girl Scouts that you guys might not be aware, I was a Girl Scout all the way up to 12th grade. I went all the way through. So I fully appreciate what the Girl Scouts do for our young ladies. It afforded me a lot of opportunities in life with travel and being able to meet a lot of influential people. And I am hopeful I'm going to give these young ladies an opportunity to introduce themselves and share a little bit about who they are and what Girl Scouts does for them. Here, honey.
Hi, I am Alea. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am 9 years old and I am in 4th grade.
Awesome.
My favorite color is baby blue. And I like to read books.
Excellent.
All right.
And I have one little sister.
Oh, excellent. Here, honey.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Boyce. My favorite color is pink and blue. I love my dog named Jaden, and I love my big sister named Camille.
So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. They're going to be shadowing me for a few hours today. And for all of those that have been Girl Scouts, for those that continue to be leaders, that those continue to really guide these young ladies in a path that is positive, you are very much appreciated. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Now, Siani is not going to be outdone. Siani was a little concerned that she did not get a chance to speak. So, I am going to give, since you're the page for the chair, I'm going to make sure you sit in this chair and have an opportunity to say a few words.
Hello, my name is Siani Ostri, and my favorite color is pink, blue, purple, and black. And I like to read, dance, and sing. And I have a baby sister named Libris, and she is 1 year old. And I am 8, and I'm in 2nd grade. And I hope you are well, and I hope you have a great time, so as me. And I want to say I love you guys.
Thank you, Siani.
So, as I want to say,
One more thing, Siani.
I'm very happy to be here, and it's my first time.
Thank you, Siani. Thank you. Okay. No. Senator Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. I wanted the opportunity to, first of all, apologize for not being on St. Thomas today, as I have making opening remarks over at the HIV Summit at the University of the Virgin Islands later on today at 12:30. But I was supposed to actually host Miss Trinity Connor, and unfortunately I'm not there. But nonetheless, I wanted to welcome her to the legislature, and it's important for us to really again show these young people and give them an opportunity to see how government work. I pride myself in being a Boy Scout and giving me that basic fundamental that have led me through various leadership roles in government, and again it's because of that basic fundamental that I receive as being a scout. So I encourage them to continue to learn and educate themselves, and certainly listen to the process and ask questions. So I want to welcome all of the Girl Scouts on the behalf of the St. Croix contingent that unfortunately could not be on St. Thomas today, and welcome them to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and welcome, young ladies.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. I have two takeaways this morning. One is that somebody loves us. In spite of the fact that you said senators aren't loved, at least Siani loves us. Thank you, Siani. And every single one of our female senators who are here in the room today are or was a Girl Scout at some point in time of their lives. So definitely Girl Scouting teaches leadership. And Senator Whitaker, you recognize.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to you, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to all the central staff and everyone, and a special good morning to our Girl Scouts. I was also assigned, I really jumped up at the opportunity. I was really excited to know that the girls would be here today. I'm on St. Croix, of course, and I was assigned to Leah Joseph, but I wanted to say something that's really important, and why we want to really highlight this week. And it's really about empowering young girls. And the theme this year, of course, being building tomorrow's leaders and empowering girls around the world. And yesterday, I actually had an opportunity to visit with some girls and boys, and we shared the importance of gender balance and equity. And it's really an honor. We recognize this month also as Women's History Month and Via History Month. So it's really befitting. So to the girls, enjoy today. And certainly I'm not there physically. I'm there in spirit as a former Girl Scout, as well as a troop leader. I had led a troop of girls as well. So thank you, Chairman, and look forward to an awesome day. And to the girls, just learn as much you can today and just continue to do your best in school and continue to lead. And we're all going to work together for gender equity and balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. I want to really start, before we move forward, I really wanted to once again thank the Girl Scouts for spending the day with us. So we look forward to having a great, productive day with you. We love you too, and we appreciate you. And we appreciate your parents for placing you in the Girl Scouts and all of the leaders of the Girl Scout. I see Miss Miller here and some other ladies. You ladies do a tremendous service here in this community. You're building future leaders. Every single one of our female senators was once a Girl Scout. That's no coincidence. So thank you very much for all that you do. I want to start really again by expressing kudos to the members of, just shifting gears, say kudos to the members of SHRM VI. And that's the Society for Human Resource Management. This is really an awesome group of professionals from the US and British Virgin Islands who are the subject matter experts in the field of human resource management. I was honored on Monday to serve as guest speaker for their monthly social and networking mixer, which took place at the Yacht Haven Grand. We had an incredible turnout. We were able to catch up with old friends and made some new ones. The formation of SHRM VI has been a long time coming, and I really would like to applaud the entire membership, to include SHRM VI President, Dr. Kendra Roach, Vice President from out of the BVI, Chandrea Turnbull, and Secretary, Mr. Ruben Jennings, just for your commitment and hard work in officially standing up this very important SHRM VI chapter. At that time, right on the spot, my Chief of Staff, Mr. Cosmic Christian, and I both signed up for SHRM membership, since we are both certified professionals in human resources, SHRM human resources. It is my hope that every HR professional in the territory will sign up for membership in SHRM. Secondly, I want to circle back again to invite everyone to the first parade that the Girl Scouts will be having in 10 years, which will take place on Saturday, March 12th at the Market Square. It's an easy walk from the Market Square to Roosevelt Park. Let us support these young ladies. It starts at 10 a.m., so I am really hopeful to see a good crowd of Virgin Islanders there to support Siani and her friends at this very important parade this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Market Square. Okay, Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Here.
Senator Francis present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Payne, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Senator Whitaker, present. Senator, we have 6 present, no absent. 7.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we have a quorum and we may proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
No, Senator.
All right. Can you proceed with the reading of today's agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The agenda today for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, March 10th, 2022 at 9:30 in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to consider the following. Bill number 34014, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 20, Chapter 45 by adding a subchapter 2 to provide for the automated license plate reader system as a crime-fighting tool throughout the Virgin Islands, amending Title 20, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, relating to the intra-island transport of motor vehicles to provide additional requirements in Section 225A for transporting motor vehicles intra-island, and adding Section 225C to provide for a special permit for vehicles brought into the Virgin Islands, amending Title 3, Chapter 33, Section 881G, relating to public records to exclude from public examination captured plate data from automatic license plate reader systems, requiring the Virgin Islands Police Department, in conjunction with the Office of Attorney General, to promulgate regulations relating to the automatic license plate reader system, making a $500,000 appropriation to the Virgin Islands Police Department to establish a pilot speed and red light camera program, and providing for other purposes. Bill is sponsored by Senators Novell E. Francis Jr. and Franklin D. Johnson, and co-sponsored by Senators Stephen D. Payne Sr. and Kenneth L. Gittins. Also, in today's agenda is Bill number 340155, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 29, relating to notaries, notarial officers, and notarial acts by adding subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts 2021, and amending and repealing conflicting laws on notaries public. Sponsored by Senators Novell E. Francis Jr., Carla J. Joseph, and Donna A. Fred Gregory. Co-sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Bill number 340141, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 34, Chapter 8, to require the Bureau of Corrections and the Virgin Islands Attorney General's Office to notify expeditiously victims of crimes against the person of the release of their alleged perpetrator. Amending Title 5, Chapter 407, Section 4606, relating to restitution and notification of victims of crime by the Territorial Parole Board of an inmate's release to increase the time, contents, and the methods of notification to a crime victim of an inmate's release and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory, Novell E. Francis Jr., Javon E. James Sr., Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Stephen D. Payne Sr. Bill number 340148, an act honoring and commending Laverne E. Raxter for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor. Sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory and co-sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr. Bill number 340170, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 29, Chapter 12, Section 708, Section 708, 708A, 708B, 710, 711, 712, 713A, B, 5, 715, and 723, relating to Economic Development Program, amend the incentives to beneficiaries to further their commitments to investment in the Virgin Islands community, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. And in Block 2, Bill number 340072, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and co-sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Bill number 340154, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education, to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the public schools, sponsored by Senators Samuel Carrion, Genevieve R. Whitaker, and Marvin A. Blyden. Bill number 340055, an act amending Title IV Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 4 to be known as the Responsible Fatherhood Act of 2022, sponsored by Senators Milton E. Potter and Marvin A. Blyden. Bill number 340171, an act amending Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28, Section 755, relating to the service retirement annuity to allow retirees to re-enter government service and retain their annuity while paying a contribution to the retirement system. Amending Title Chapter 25, Subchapter 3, relating to the government personnel position classification system position to cover positions of annuitants who re-enter government service and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senators Milton E. Potter, Kenneth L. Gittens, Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Genevieve R. Whitaker, and co-sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we don't have any testifiers here today. We're going to move straight to the first bill in Block 1, which is Bill number 34-0142. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Francis, I'm not hearing you, but I'm seeing your hand. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your introduction. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to Central staff. Good morning to all viewing and listening. Bill number 34-0142 authorizes the implementation of an automatic license plate reader system in the territory, but also creates safeguard for the use and access of that data, as well as data retention and privacy. These devices that can be mounted in police cars on fixed poles or on the roadside to scan the license plates of all cars passing. At a minimum, these readers capture the license plate number as well as its date, time, and location. Over the years, we have heard from the Virgin Islands Police Department making multiple appeals for camera footage after a crime had been committed. And certainly we have a responsibility as a government to install such devices so that we could have the information captured for ourselves. If you monitor the recent case that's going on over at the District Court of the Virgin Islands, you'll see where technology is what's really driving that whole case, and the fact that they've been able to capture so much information by the use of technology. Bill 34-0142 is built upon all of these stakeholders' input. We got information shared from the Bureau of Information Technology, from the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Justice, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and that have all been put into the bill and address their concern. There is an amendment that will be offered later on as well that changes the data retention period from 12 to 24 months, as well as to exempt the Virgin Islands Police Department from needing a warrant while utilizing the collected data for the purpose of a watch list. It will be amended to require submission of a court order or a subpoena, and not just written statements, in order to be able to obtain this information. It's a win-win, and also another tool in the crime-fighting arsenal toolbox of the law enforcement agency, and I ask for my colleagues' support on this particular measure. Again, it's being sponsored by myself, along with Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and also being co-sponsored by Senator Stephen Payne and Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and again, I ask for my colleagues' support for this very important measure.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. I will now move to Bill number 34-0155. Who speaks to this bill?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Francis, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0155 is an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 29, relating to the notaries, notarial officers, and notarial acts by adding to Subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law and Notarial Acts of 2021, and amending and repealing conflicting laws and notaries that have been on the books for many years, going all the way back to the 80s. In the past 2 years, we have embraced technology and shifted in conducting business virtually. And this bill recognizes that services like notary can be performed remotely and put provisions in place to do so. It also brings the existing statute forward through the adoption of the revised Uniform Law of Notarial Acts, or Rolonia. What this bill does not do is mandate that all notaries must provide remote notary options. However, if they choose to do so, the law is clear under the notification that must be done and made to the Lieutenant Governor's office, and the standards by which this must be kept. During the hearing process, we heard from the the Lieutenant Governor's office and all of those that's in support of this, as well as testimony that have been provided by a private attorney that do notaries, as well as the Virgin Islands Bar Association, and they're all in support of it. One of the questions that had been raised by all of the testifiers was the ability to increase the fees, which have been $5 for the last 20 plus years. There's an amendment at the request of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor that would allow for the LGO to increase the fees, but not more than 5% a year. And that fee can only be increased after 180 days of public notice, so the public could be aware of it. It also allows for an amendment will expand the definition of notarial officers by adding the Lieutenant Governor's office is the equivalent to the Secretary of State. In other jurisdictions, especially in the mainland, the Secretary of State is the one that's in charge and responsible for the issuance of notary public. So it's the equivalent of what our Lieutenant Governor office do here. So what we're doing is just a clean up of the language to allow for the governor in this stead to be the equivalent of the Secretary of State, and the amendment addresses that particular issue. Again, I'm asking for my colleagues' support on this measure, and it's being sponsored by myself, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, and also being co-sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. I ask for my colleagues' support on this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. We'll now proceed to bill number 34-0141. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Fred Gregory, please proceed with your introduction.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good morning to the Girl Scouts of the U.S. Virgin Islands. All right, so this morning I bring to you bill number 34-0141, and this legislation seeks to expand the notifications to victims and requires notification to victims when their perpetrator or alleged perpetrator is released back into the community. This bill went through the committee process, and there was extensive discussion around the responsible entities that should be making these, the entities that should be required to be providing the notification. So the bill seeks to protect victims and defines crime against the person as criminal offenses which involve bodily harm, such as assault, battery, kidnapping, and rape, and requires notification of victims. This definition expands the notification beyond domestic violence. Currently, the law only requires notification if there is a alleged crime associated with domestic violence or a crime associated with domestic violence. We recognize that there are persons in our community who have been victims of battery, assault, rape, etc., who are not in domestic situations. And just think, a crime was committed against you, and you are in the grocery store, and you see your perpetrator walking down the aisle. So this helps to ensure that our victims are aware of their surroundings and what's happening around them as it relates to any criminal situation associated with, against them, if you will. So I'm not going to go through the whole spill on this measure. This measure has been discussed significantly previously, but I will say that the bill not only protects victims, but this protection offered to victims establishes a sense of safety that encourages victims to cooperate in the judicial process. And there's no doubt that our legal system depends on involvement and cooperation, the cooperation of our victims. So it's also important for our victims to feel comfortable, so they will be comfortable enough to share, to represent, to share the information as it relates to the crime and not shy away. At the appropriate time, an amendment addressing the concerns raised during the Committee on Homeland Security will be, I will be will come forward. Those amendments associated with the responsible entities. When we brought the measure forward, the Department of Justice did not want to take certain responsibilities, which they really need to. BOC does have some responsibility as well, and basically the amendment is requiring those entities to collaborate and work together to come up with what that system is to ensure that appropriate and timely notification is provided to victims in our community. Colleagues, I'm asking you to support this measure. It's a good measure. We know that we are faced with insurmountable amount of crime in our community, and we need to make sure that people in the Virgin Islands where crime is committed against them feel safe within the community. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. We will now proceed with Bill number 34-0148. Who speaks to this bill? Please recognize Senator Fred Gregory's microphone.
I do. I neglected to say that on Bill number 34-0141, the sponsors are Senator Donna Fred Gregory, myself, Senator Nova Lee Francis Jr., Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. And I speak to Bill number 34-0148, which is sponsored by myself, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, and co-sponsored by Senator Javon E. James. I suspect, colleagues, that this bill is an act honoring and commending Dr. Laverne Raxter for her contribution. So I'm not going to get into a lot around this, because we did that already, and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor. And I started to say, I suspect that we just did not get around to co-sponsoring this legislation. It is Women's History Month, and it's also VI History Month, and Dr. Raxter happens to be a woman, and she's definitely made Virgin Islands history as the only woman to serve as president of the University of the Virgin Islands. So I'm asking for your support on this measure as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory, and I think you're correct. We just didn't get around to officially placing our names there as co-sponsors of this initiative. Finally, in this block, Bill number 34-0170. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Fred Gregory, please proceed with your introduction.
I do. Okay, this is a little more complex, so I'm going to get into a little more details on this one. This morning, I rise to offer Bill number 34-0170, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 29, Chapter 12, Section 708, 708A, 708B, 710, 711, 712, 713A, B5, 715, and 723 relating to Economic Development Program, and to amend the incentives to beneficiaries to further their commitments to the investment in the Virgin Islands. This bill was heard in the Committee on Finance, and it moved out of that committee. The amendment addressed, we do have an amendment, and the amendment addressed most of, if not all of the concerns raised by the EDA. I have worked very closely with the Economic Development Authority as well as our stakeholders who manage the EDC program for the EDC companies. So I consider this measure to be a collaborative measure, as it brought the regulators and beneficiaries together to discuss the changes needed to our laws. The intent of Bill number 34-0170 is to amend the current law so that Virgin Islands can, number one, retain beneficiaries, two, attract new beneficiaries, and three, create jobs for Virgin Islanders. Further, Bill number 34-0170 amends current law to ensure greater accountability by the EDA and its beneficiaries. One of the concerns is a lot of what happens as it relates to beneficiaries in the Economic Development Authority is very arbitrary, and we need to have some stringent policies or law in place to ensure that the beneficiaries as well as EDA are held accountable. Section 1 of the proposed legislation codifies EDA now practice of excluding owners as employees. After much discussion with EDA and stakeholders, this section will be amended to include options that allow employees to be stockholders and for no more than 2 owners to be counted as owners to comply with the minimum employee provision in this chapter. This is important because payroll taxes are not exempt, and it is financially prudent for us as a government to collect those taxes from owners who are otherwise exempt from income taxes. So what's happening right now, in the current law, we are losing the tax revenues from those owners. So we should see some increase in our taxes if this measure passes. And of course, we know that based on the decision that we recently made with the government employees retirement system and moving some $40+ million away from our general fund budget, we need to be looking at every single area that we can generate additional revenues, and this is one of the areas that we can definitely see ourselves generating significant revenues. Section 2 of the proposed legislation sets fees for Category 5 businesses, international financial services, as there are no fees currently codified. After discussion with the stakeholders, it was revealed that the application fee have not been raised for ever, and currently RT Park fees are substantially greater, and there would be no pushback from adjusting some of these fees. The forthcoming amendment will address fees and make clear the minimum employee requirement for all designated business services under the EDA program. Section 3 of the proposed legislation aims to clarify the extension of benefits. The current law is subjective as the word may is utilized instead of shall, and there must be clear direction that the EDA and beneficiaries can take from the law. The amendment will also address the extension terms for certificates. Colleagues, of course, we know what the economic development program means to us here in the Virgin Islands. We know the revenues that we generate from this program. We want to make sure that we are able to attract new EDA business here in the Virgin Islands, and we want to make sure that they're paying their fair share. And we also want to make sure that we benefit from their personal taxes. And I think that's such an important piece, because we'll be surprised what their personal taxes, their personal income rather, what their personal income is and what that equates to in taxes that we will generate here in the Virgin Islands. So I ask you for your support. It's important that we continue to lay the foundation to create a more solid economic base in the Virgin Islands. And I also note that I am the only sponsor on this legislation, and this is a significant piece of legislation. So colleagues, let's rise up and support this measure. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Colleagues, we have no testifiers today, as I mentioned earlier, and all of these bills were first heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction and had some extensive vetting. We will allow for a 7-minute round, but before we proceed with, okay, well, we will go ahead and proceed with a 7-minute round. We will start with Senator Stephen Payne. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you for the time. Mr. Chair, good morning again, good morning again, good morning again to listen and viewing audience. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, little Melody. You good? Give me a high five now. That's what you're talking about. That's what you're talking about. It's good to see you all here today. Wow. I mean, I remember my days back as a scout, going making Bay Beach to go camp out. Used to look forward to those nights, but I used to be a little scared at night as I wasn't too accustomed to sleeping outdoors. But the friendships that were formed and forged and the lessons that were learned from childhood still stuck with me, and my peers as well from days back in Scouts, going out to the parades and the different events and stuff. So like the Mr. Chair said, I'm hoping to see a large turnout this Saturday at 10 o'clock by the Market Square. Please come out and support our children. Block number 1, bill number 34-0142. As someone who has traveled to New York City to meet with NYPD officials, I can wholeheartedly state that this system will be a game changer in our small community. Once we have a robust camera system in place, would-be criminals will not be able to traverse through our roadways and streets and communities without a care in the world, as we will have digital quality recordings of them that can be used by the local authorities to clean up our island. However, as we continue to appropriate funds to catch would-be criminals, we must be mindful, or even more mindful, to appropriate funding towards prevention. We know financially that it's much, much cheaper and improves the quality of a community when we spend money on prevention as opposed to incarceration. We recently had a committee hearing with the Department of Human Services about the Youth Rehabilitation Center in St. Croix, which is more accurately described as the Youth Detention Center. That's why I'm making a personal public pledge to champion the complete restructuring of YRC so that it can truly become a youth rehabilitation center that caters to the rehabilitation of children who cross into their care. This must be done, as I've personally seen too many of our young people walk into YRC and then walk into Golden Grove, and even worse. Bill number 34-0141, I rise in support of, as this is something that should have been done many, many, many years ago. No one asks to be victims of crimes. And as a community governed by laws and policies, we should always do everything in our power to ensure that those individuals who are victimized are not victimized twice due to someone's oversight or laziness to do their job. Bill number 34-0148. This bill could not come at a better time before this committee as we celebrated International Women's Day earlier this week. It is always commendable when we celebrate our women, as they are movers and shakers and the very fabric that holds our communities, if not the world, together. You know us males are quick to shoot or blow up something, right? But that's for another day. An act honoring and commending Dr. Lavon Raxter for her contributions to not only UVI, but the people of this territory. Dr. Raxter stepped up to the plate and took the helm at our prestigious university and saw to it that she moved the bar upwards and onward. Short in stature, however, she was a giant amongst her peers. Her eagerness and willingness to move the territory's only institution of higher learning in an upward position enabled her to ensure that our university had the pertinent programs to serve our community. She was and is always one who believes in being connected with the community, and scores of Virgin Islands and UVA alum are better off because of her leadership. Dr. Raxter, the Virgin Islands community is forever grateful, and we also owe you a debt of gratitude for ensuring that our university was held to a higher standard and was recognized as second to none. I stand raised in support of all of the measures in this block, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And of course, I rise in support of all of the measures in this block number 1. I'm the a sponsor and several of the legislation in this particular block. And again, I want to strongly encourage my colleagues' support. Of course, I spoke on Bill 34-0142, which speaks to the automated license plate reader, and a lot of times in the in this particular legislation, the automatic and automated is interchangeably utilized, but you know the real essence of this is really automated license plate reader. So at the appropriate time, I'll be making a technical amendment to make sure that it's properly reflected in the legislation as we move it forward. But this is a crime fighting tool. Again, we saw what happened on January 6th, where they were able to utilize technology, go back and look at these surveillance cameras and various cameras throughout the nation and beyond to triangulate and bring together and be able to prosecute a number of individuals as a result of that. It's nothing like appearing in court and you seeing a situation and camera. I believe the jury is totally convinced. There is no denial when that happens. So I think it'll be a great step forward to the Virgin Islands Police Department. In some instances, they have already started to utilize this technology, but now we're trying to codify and make sure that is documented in our law. Bill number 34-0155. We spoke about that as well in terms of the notarial acts, and it's really creating that Virgin Islands uniform law and make it applicable to other jurisdictions. The Lieutenant Governor's office has been steadfast in the accreditation attempt, and of course they have already gotten accreditation, but continue to put a lot of these laws in place to make sure that it's recognizable throughout the nation is critical for their continued survivability within the accreditation world. Bill number 34-0141, that speaks to the Virgin Islands Attorney Generals and the Bureau of Correction collaborating and making sure that information is provided to those victims and individuals that may be associated with a crime in one way, shape, or form, and that the witnesses and victims are really notified of a person being released, I think is critical to their well-being. We know what have happened in the past in respect to this situation, and I think it bodes well for us to really just advise individuals so that they could be on their guard, so that they could be prepared when a person is released or about to be released from a prison. Bill number 34-0148. I always get goose pimples when I think about this legislation as it moves through, honoring and commending Dr. Laverne Rockstar, one of our own, a daughter of the soil, who has been able to work her way over 40 years in education and work her way up as the president of the University of the Virgin Islands, a higher learning institution, and the work that she has done to move that forward. And I think the Senate President, the bill sponsor, have indicated that this being a woman's Virgin Islands History Month as well as Women's Month, International Women's Month, is more than fitting for us to recognize that giant of a person, small in stature but big in heart, in moving this resolution on her behalf. So I will be supporting that. As a matter of fact, I'll be signing on as a co-sponsor as well. And I commend the bill sponsor for moving this legislation. Bill number 34-0170. Again, economic development program. We know of the benefits of having our economic development programs here, and we want to make sure that they continue to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. And if this incentive for commitments to further investments is critical to us, I would like us to be able to attract a lot more of our economic development program, because I believe in the absence of the oil refinery and other economic drivers, that certainly the EDC could be the back gap to really fulfill, making sure that we continue to see revenues coming into this territory. So I will be supporting this measure as well. So in block number 1, I think you have an all yes vote at the appropriate time from me, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity and the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Please recognize Senator Joseph's microphone.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues and viewing and listening audience, we have heard the proponents of all of the measures that are to be considered this morning in Block 1. I would like to just start off by indicating that I am definitely looking at being in support of a number of these measures that are in Block 1. And also signing on to some of the legislations that we have up for consideration as well. Now, I'll begin by talking a bit about Bill number 34-0142, which in itself is a very strong crime-fighting measure. We know that we have to use technology now with both cameras, CCTV, surveillance cameras, and now this is another opportunity to heighten our crime-fighting ability in the Virgin Islands, to capture on camera and present in the court of law those human beings who are doing lawless activities in our community. Because of our small community, we have a lot of individuals who have a level of trepidation and fear to come forward when they see a crime is being committed. They are afraid that someone is going to retaliate against them and retaliate against their children and other family members. So we are going to take that level of trepidation and concern that our people may have because they are afraid for their very lives if they come forward. So with this crime fighting tool, the automatic license plates reader, they will be able, our crime fighting entity, which is the police department, as well as the Attorney General's office, will be able to utilize this to capture those criminals. I'm sure all the committee members here, as well as the members in our community, remember vividly the shooting that took place at Yacht Haven, Yacht Haven by Waco, where there was a robbery. We needed Havenside. Thank you so much, Madam President. Havenside, where there was a robbery. And so they were able to capture some of these persons on camera. The same occurred right here in St. Thomas at Gold Corner. And those persons are being prosecuted because really and truly our people are very much afraid for their very lives when they retaliation when they step forward. So we have to look at various tools to utilize to fight crime here in the Virgin Islands. So I will definitely be signing on as a proponent of this measure, and that would be Bill number 34-0142. I then want to commend the sponsor of Bill number 34-0148, for honoring and commending Dr. Laverne E. Raxter. This bill was properly vetted in the committee which I chair, which is the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. And in vetting this bill, we were able to hear the number of persons who Dr. Raxter has played a critical role in their lives. And moreover, who, and this is key, this is critical, how she has helped propelled the university on and move it forward in this time and during her leadership. So I definitely will be signing on to that bill. I also want to take the opportunity to speak on behalf of Bill number 34-0155, which is the Uniform Notarial Act. And in that act, I want to also indicate that my good St. Croix senator preempted me because I did put in a bill request for this same act. Senator Novell Francis, but he was gracious enough to allow me to join him as a sponsor of this legislation. We did hear some comments from the Lieutenant Governor's office regarding this measure. However, I know our good Crucian senator will be bringing forward an amendment, and I will be rising in support of that amendment as well. I also want to take the opportunity to commend the sponsors of Bill number 34-0141, which seeks to require the Bureau of Corrections and the Virgin Islands Attorney General's Office to notify victims of crimes against the persons of the release of alleged perpetrators. This is a mechanism that those persons could be placed on alert when they have been victimized, that the perpetrators are going to be released, so that they know that what they need to do to assure that they are not again a victim of this crime or their families. I mentioned initially in my remarks about our people having a level of anxiety and fear relative to being able to step up and to point at their accusers in a court of law, or even in the Attorney General's office. This will give them that level of safeguard so that they could secure themselves and know when and how anyone who has perpetrated a crime against them is being released. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you for the time. I don't know if my time has been called, but I would definitely like to thank you for the time. And I am here to definitely cast my vote accordingly. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
I too rise in support of all of these measures in this block. I'm not a member of this committee, so I don't have a vote today. But at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote, as it's my fervent hope that these measures will move forward out of this committee to the committee as a whole. Of course, we know that crime fighting is tantamount in our minds these days. And it is important that we, as elected leaders, do all that we can do to ensure that our community feels safe. I can't recall whether or not the legislation, which is Bill number 34-0142, if there should be fines once the cameras are added to our stoplights, if you will. So there should be revenues that we should be generating. So, it's important for us to look for revenues wherever we could get them. And if it's revenues that we generate because folks are not doing the right thing, then I think that's a good thing. So I'm not going to get into the weeds of this legislation. I think it's been a long time coming. It's not germane to the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's these cameras, etc., are throughout the United States. And if we notice when we travel to the U.S. and we rent vehicles or we use our family's vehicles, we drive with caution, right? So we should be doing the same thing here in the Virgin Islands. We need to bring back some law and order, and I believe this will definitely help us to bring back some law and order as folks traverse the roadways here in the territory. So I want to give kudos to Senator Francis for his vision in moving this legislation forward. I have one recommendation for you, Senator Francis. I note that the $500,000 appropriation, I think it expires on September 30th of 2022. My recommendation is that you make it available until expended, because we just started January, but we're already in March. So we know that time is flying. So that's my one recommendation on this legislation, Senator. I just noted it this morning. Also, the notarial acts, we know that, our responsibility is to make access to the notaries easier. So I'm definitely in support of that measure, and that's Bill number 34-0155, Bill number 34-0141, and Bill number 34-0148, and Bill number 34-0170, all legislation that I have spent an insurmountable of time working on. Bill number 34-0141 is the bill to require notification to require that notification is provided to victims of crime when the alleged perpetrator or when their perpetrator is being released from jail or prison. I note specifically that there continues to be this specific discussion around this territorial board. This bill has nothing to do with parole. This bill is specific to when an individual is allegedly committed a crime and is on pretrial, or has committed a crime, served their time, and being released, the victim is notified. in the instance of the Territorial Parole Board, what happens is that's a parole matter. So that has nothing to do with this conversation that we're having today. So I need to make sure that we clear that up, because I see that we have email that came out and that was discussed extensively. It's clear that the senator who is sending this information out was not in attendance where we cleared that whole matter up. So I want to make sure that we understand that the Territorial Board, Parole Board, mandates notification of victims when a perpetrator or a individual who has committed a crime and was found guilty and they're up for parole. This is tied to the pre-trial and post-trial. Everybody don't go before the parole board. So I want to make sure that we're clear on that. Okay, also, I already laid out my asks for Laverne Raxter. So I'm not going to lay that ask out again. And the Economic Development Program, I've laid out that ask and the importance of that ask, colleagues. So I don't have much more. I believe that we sent an amendment notice to my colleagues last evening at 6:57 p.m. regarding Bill number 34-0141, and where there's an amendment number 34-450, which reorders section 203. And that bill specifically, again, is the victim notification bill. So it reorders section A, reorders section 203 of the title so that it reads clearly, and it also makes clear the responsibility of the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Corrections based on recommendations made in the committee meeting. And section B expands notification to include victim advocacy groups and the Virgin Islands Police Department. That's another recommendation that came from the VIPD. And section C amends Title 34 so that there's no conflict with the victim notification and there is more so collaboration with notifying victims. Mr. Chair, I have no more on these measures other than that I rise in support of all of them while I don't have a vote in this committee. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of personal privilege, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Not today. I just wanted to break protocol, not being a member of this committee, and introduce my two Girl Scouts that I have. I took them on the road to show them some things other things that senators do. A couple of projects that I have. A project down in Savannah, a project with a nonprofit, and also a gun buyback project that I had with the police department. I took them on the road so they could understand the vast nature of what senators do in this branch of government. So that's where I was running a little late. I do apologize for coming when you weren't late, when you weren't doing the introductions. And I like my two Girl Scouts to step forward and they could introduce themselves. Young ladies, you could come around in front. Thanks for the come around in front. Yeah, we gonna take. I ain't a member of this committee, but we gonna take over. Thank you. So right now, this young lady, the first of the two is.
My name is Jovanique Sarant. I'm in 4th grade and I'm 9 years old, making 10 May the 1st this year.
Hi, my name is Trinicia Connor, and I'm 11. I'm in 6th grade, and I'm making 12 in August 13.
And thank you again. This is Women's Month and everything. So again, thank you, ladies. You could come back around. Mr. Chair, I do. Oh, for the schools. What schools are you young ladies in? Memorial Moravian Elementary School, Niski Moravian School. So again, to the President's office for linking me with these two great females of the future. I thank you very much for that. And you know how good it feels to have these young ladies, it had me my P's and Q's, taking notes and stuff. So I like that kind of stuff. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Whitaker, you're now recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning again, Chairman. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the staff. Good morning to the listening of unit audience. And again, good morning to our Girl Scouts as they are here with us today in celebration of girls. And yes, we highlight this month as Women's History Month. Tuesday was International Women's Day, and I just wanted to continue to, and the theme, I just want to keep on emphasizing the theme around gender equity, and that's really important. And so I wanted to, just in terms of the measures, and I certainly commend all of the sponsors of the measures. I want to start off first in even celebration of Women's History Month, in celebration of also Virgin Islands History Month, that we're honored. So I do commend the sponsors, which I will also be joining in commending Dr. Laverne Raxer. And I will definitely say I've had firsthand experience with Dr. Raxer, and as I've also so far we've only had one UVI female president, and in her, and I witnessed her leadership, and and this is really befitting that we are honoring her, especially as she is with us. I will also state that when it comes and I turn to, and that's of course bill number 34-0148. As I now turn to bill number 34-0141, in terms of the victims notification system, I want to highlight, and I liked what Senator DeGraff expressed, some of the work that we do as senators to the girls in the room and to the girls around the Virgin Islands, and in general. It's really important for us to do also not just as we craft legislation, but also that we are sure to do our oversight. We're sure to do our oversight activities. And I want to say one of the things that I've been working on since last year, going back into August until now, is addressing human trafficking. So I do look forward to, as we move this measure forward, addressing when perpetrators are released, but that we also address elements surrounding human rights, trafficking, and the like, because we do have an issue in this community. And I want at this time also recognize the Attorney General, Denise George, who has committed to working with me along with other victims groups. One of the groups is named in the law, which is Women's Coalition, as well as we have Diva SAC, we have Family Resource Center, we have a number of organizations dedicated to this matter. That when we look at a holistic approach, that we're supporting the groups that also are doing the work in the community. So I do look forward to receiving my colleagues' support, because one of the things we also know, when we work collaboratively, we can move mountains. I will also highlight, and I can also commend the sponsor of the notary law, right? We know that as time goes, as fees increase, it is ever so important to be sure to, and even empower the Lieutenant Governor's office with the ability to be able to raise fees. I'm supporting it especially today because an amendment was offered, is being offered rather, because we have to, when we increase fees, we're in tough times. As we know, our WAPA is going up, fuel is going up, a lot of things are going up. And so as senators, we have to balance, being able to, create, make sure we have a good stream of revenue. We also know that we have to be sure that we're not putting a strain on the people who will be directly affected, both the notaries themselves, as certainly the persons getting documents notarized, and that's all of us. So I do commend that effort, and certainly the amendments make it more palatable for me to certainly support this measure, and I commend the sponsors. And as for Bill number 34-0142, we continue to push forward, and I in this regard, as it pertains to capturing information. But I will say this to the public once again, if those are not aware, when it comes to the police department and the capturing information, it's going to be really important that we get our cameras deployed. I will continue to emphasize that last July, well, before even July, but July concretely when I sent the communication to the Department of Interior, it was really a situation of a lack of communication between the police department and Interior. That has since been solidified. However, I will point out that as we work between the executive and legislative branches, it's not clear for me even as I sit today, what is the status of our camera program? I have since obviously July into now, asking Commissioner Martinez, what is the status of the OIA funding funded cameras? I don't have that information. So as we legislate too, it's really important that our commissioners and directors assist us with information so that when we are legislating, we have all the information that we need. So that's all I have to say. And I, again, commend all the sponsors, and I will certainly vote when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to the beautiful young ladies that's in the chambers today. All the Girl Scouts, I wish you guys all the best. I hope you enjoyed today. Have a wonderful day today. I do have a little niece, Kyla Miles, that's a Girl Scout too. And I've been reaching out to her to make sure I get my Girl Scout cookies this week here when they start getting them out. So I want you girls to enjoy yourself and make sure you sell a lot of cookies. Make sure you take a list from all the senators inside here today to make sure that they buy your cookies them from you. All right, girls? Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair, and I definitely rise in support of these measures here, especially Bill number 340142. I'm proud to be a prime sponsor on this bill. It's called the Eye in the Sky. It's been a little too long now that the Virgin Islands don't have these eyes in the sky. Time after time, you find where people don't want to come forth to testify because they're afraid of people retaliating. So people don't talk. But when you have these videos, when you have these cameras, it's going to make a big difference in the way how our people in blue, our men and women in blue, fight crime today. You go through the traffic light, you find any state you go in, there are cameras to the traffic light. This has been long awaiting. Before I even decide to run to become a senator, this is a discussion that we have been having in this territory for much too long. So I definitely want to give a lot of kudos to the main sponsor of this bill for definitely bringing it forward. It's something that needs to happen, and we need to make sure that when we put it in place, we maintain it. We cannot just start this and stop. It's going to make a difference in crime being solved here in the territory. When we speak to Bill number 340145, I do support this measure here wholeheartedly. When you talk about speeding up the process with wills, with title, with deeds, sometimes part of your family is in the States, you're here on the island, and it's a back and forth trying to get these documents notarized. So this piece of technology is definitely going to enhance and speed up this process. I'll skip and move on to bill number 340148. I have here with me today, and I don't know where we're going and why some of the reasons and some of the things happening here, but I have a blue copy here today. And this blue copy, my name is on as a prime sponsor. It says sponsored by Donna A. Fred Gregory and Franklin D. Johnson. But when I watched today, my name ain't even no place here. Why? I don't know. Who made the mistake? I don't know. If it's willful, I don't know either. But I'm tired of the games that we play around here. And then we all want to sing Kumbaya. I am not going to stop. I'm always going to be answering the bell. Please, I will answer the bell. And I do support this measure strongly. Strongly. I was proud to be there that day when Dr. Raxa was here to question and have discussion with her. And I'm proud today to again say, I will be signing on again, if that's what I need to do, to be a part of this measure. But I'm not going to sit in here quiet and look at things that I think is going wrong with me and don't respond to it. Bill number 340170. At the appropriate time, I make my decision on this measure. I've seen in the past where some of these EDA owners start out with 5 employees, and for whatever reason, they get rid of one of the employee and they become the employee. And then now the benefits they are still getting that should be getting based on having 5 employees. If you want to be the 6th employee, fine. But let's not just watch this and say that it's a way for us to just get revenue when these owners sometimes do this deliberately. They start out with 5 employees, and that's part of the package. Turn around, they get rid of one of the employee, and they now become the 5th. So at the appropriate time, I will vote on these measures, and I'll make my decision as we go down. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. A special good morning to our Girl Scouts in the St. Thomas Chambers. Wishing you a great day today and a great week as you celebrate Girl Scout Week. Mr. Chair and colleagues, with regards to the license plate reader, we know that technology is very important and effective to assist our law enforcement community today. And therefore, I am 100% behind this measure, which I've signed on as a co-sponsor. Most people associate license plate cameras with traffic violations and traffic fines. However, again, like I stated in the previous committee of jurisdiction, according to the FBI statistics, more than 70% of crimes involve the use of a vehicle. 70%. Meaning for a criminal to get from point A to point B, more than likely, they're using a car. Although we've had some clever ones to have used bicycles in the past, if you remember. But not only will license plate readers help law enforcement track illegal activity and suspects, they can also help provide better evidence for prosecutors to work with making a case, especially in the absence of eyewitnesses. I have long advocated for the modernization of our police department and law enforcement agencies, and this is an affordable and effective way that we can to make our community safer indeed. I also reviewed Bill 34-0170 as discussed. It's mostly a lot of minor tweaking to the EDC programs in terms of eligibility and contributions. They seem mostly for the better, but in reading the relevant testimony of Attorney Roberts, they make some valid points about where the contributions to education are actually going, and there needs to be a designated fund or a point person. Now, with regards to Bill number 34-0141, which speaks to upon a victim's request to notify the victim expeditiously of a crime against a person of the release of the alleged perpetrator. I wasn't present to discuss this in the initial hearing, but I've always stated that in the 30th legislature, we did move a piece of legislation through Act 7519, and the bill sponsor is correct that this speaks to the parole of an inmate who is already serving time. And apparently the bill sponsor's intent is to have the victims notified from the onset from advisor rights through any process up until the person serves their time. However, the VIPD and the Department of Justice employs a victim witness advocate who is responsible for the notification to these victims even without their request. This is part of their daily duties and responsibilities to notify these victims. If this bill is passed, this will only place another layer of bureaucracy in this system and create a burden for the Bureau of Corrections to have to now go back and notify a victim. This responsibility already lies in that of the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Department of Justice's victim witness advocate. That individual is responsible to notify the victim of every movement of every criminal case. So at the appropriate time, I will vote on these measures. And again, 0141 seems to be duplicative, as this is already mandated and being carried out. And if people are not doing their job, then we know what we need to do. Get the
2
whip
minutes.
behind them and get them get their act together so that they can do what they're responsible to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator de Graaf, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I stand in support of most of these bills. I will venture to go over 340170, but I think I did support it. I just have to read it over again. Now, Madam President has named, I think she had one building named after a local Virgin Islander over me. I got a building and 2 road. I support, the bill for Dr. Raxa. I sign on it. My name ain't just appear in it yet. I support that 100,000,000%. Because the audacity of people wanting to tell us who we could name and what we could name in our territory, trust me, I get offended by that. So again, I support Dr. Raxa. The only question I have, which I wasn't there to that committee meeting, was, is she's a Savanero? And if she's not, I'll probably make her honorary Savanero because of the great thing she has done. So thank you to the sponsor for that. Yeah. Bill 34-0142, the most important part of that bill to me, having been a police officer for 26 years, is it is a crime fighting tool. It's written in the bill. In my bill that I'm presenting in a little while, that was one of the things that the commissioner coined also, a crime fighting tool. Again, it's not going to solve everything, and it's not for us to stop doing what we are accustomed to doing. I'm an old school police. But again, it's a crime fighting tool. And I think for the bill sponsor, I don't believe this is the full impact of the camera bill that he is focusing on for cameras all over the territory. And I support that 100%. Even though I'm not a committee member, again, I would stand in support of most of these bills. To notify, in bill number 34-0141, it says to notify expeditiously. During that committee meeting, I heard where there was almost a back and forth between government agencies as to whose responsibility it was. The victim don't have that luxury to wait until to find out whose responsibility it is when that person is released, and then sometimes turn around, terrorize, or even worse, kill people, re-victimize them. Thanks for the word. So it's, I support that 100%. It's for us to take advantage of what we are supposed to do. Bill 34-0155, the notarial acts, I heard a portion of that. Again, I will support that too when the time comes. In 34-170, where it was the factor for increasing fees on EDC companies. It's so rewarding to hear increasing of fees on somebody else other than the Virgin Islands, Virgin Islanders. So I have to make sure I get all of that information in. But I think the portion where the individual wanted to be, the owner wanted to be one of the 5, again, I'll look into that. But I would stand in support of most of these here. And if it need amendment to make Dr. Raxa honorary Sabanero, then I'll work on that. But thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the conversation that we're having today is a good one around bill number 0170, and I heard my colleague concerned about the owners being considered an employee. The issue is the EDA is currently doing that. They recognize that we were losing significant revenues because some of these owners, they generate over $1 million in their personal income per year, and that income tax is not being filed in the Virgin Islands. It's being filed outside of the Virgin Islands. So if they're included in that number, then we benefit from that as they file their taxes here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So it's important that I put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. I think we have pretty much exhausted a round of questioning. I definitely rise in support of all of the bills in Block 1, beginning with Bill number 34-0142, the Automated License Plate Reader Initiative. This initiative really brings the Virgin Islands into the age of technology. I believe jurisdictions around the country and the world have been doing this for quite some time, but it allows us to have a computer readable images of license plates available. These devices will allow our law enforcement agencies and personnel to compare plate numbers against those of stolen cars. That's just one way that it can be utilized, driven by people who are suspected of being involved in criminal activities. So, like my colleague from Savan mentioned, it is really another crime-fighting tool in our toolbox that will assist us in dealing with the criminal element here in this community. I remember the bill also provides for pilot speed and red light camera. I think it appropriates $500,000 for a pilot program. And I recall about 20 years ago, one of my siblings and I were traveling in California, and I wasn't driving. He ran the red light and really, thought nothing about it. No police officers were on the scene, but he actually received a ticket by mail because it was captured via the technology that was around from 20 years ago. So it is great that this puts us in the 21st century with regards to, modern policing, crime fighting tools, and I applaud the sponsors of this legislation. Bill number 34-0155, the remote notary bill. We had an opportunity to have extensive discussion on this. The Lieutenant Governor's office were fully on board. I believe we heard from some national experts about this. It does not replace the traditional pen and pencil seal notary process. It just offers us an additional tool. It provides us with options when we want to notify or notarize our documents. I recall also the AARP representatives were there, and they also were very much in support of this initiative. Bill number 34-0141, the criminal reporting bill. I am also fully in support of it. It should have been happening a long time ago. I think crime victims should be at least given the courtesy of being notified when the perpetrators of a crime against them is slated to be released. I think the potential for re-victimization is huge when you are casually walking down the street or shopping in the mall or, just doing something, casually in your regular day-to-day, here comes an individual who committed a serious crime against you, casually walking there beside you. You should be notified when these individuals are being released, when they did their time and they're scheduled to be released. It is really the appropriate thing to do to notify the victims of this release date. So I am fully in support of that. I am fully in support of Bill number 34-0148. One of our Virgin Islands treasurers, Dr. Laverne Raxter, who has done a whole lot in the area of education and the environment, naming the administrative and conference center at the University of the Virgin Islands in her honor is really an awesome thing. I think we are learning to give leaders, give persons who make contributions to this community, learning to give them their accolades and flowers while they are alive and healthy and with us. So I am fully in support of this initiative to name that UVI facility after the one and only our very own Dr. Laverne Raxter. The EDA initiative, I support also. It is really an opportunity for us to tighten this, this act, this area of the law that really means a lot to the Virgin Islands. And if it is an attempt, an opportunity for us to receive additional revenues by adjusting fees that has remained stagnant for quite a while. It is definitely a good thing. The sponsor of the legislation also spoke about a loophole where owners were excluded from the tax collection, from the tax collector here locally. I think we are definitely leaving a significant amount of tax revenues on the table. So this bill seeks to close that loophole or that gap. Colleagues, we have exhausted our round of questioning. Do I hear a motion or amendments at this time?
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I offer amendment number 34-488 and is amendment to bill number 34-0142. Bill number 34-0142, section 1 is amended in the following instances. A, internal section 522D is amended by striking 12 and inserting 24 in its stead. B, internal section 523B is amended at the beginning of the subsection by striking law and inserting with the exception of the Virgin Islands Police Department, comma, law. C, internal section 524C is amended by striking the words written statement and inserting court order or subpoena in their place. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Johnson and Payne. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 34-0142, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 20, Chapter 45, by adding a subchapter 2 to provide for an technical correction will be rather than automated license plate reader system as a crime fighting tool throughout the Virgin Islands, amending Title 20, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, relating to the internal island transport of motor vehicles to provide additional requirements in Section 225A for transporting motor vehicles intra-island and adding Section 225C to provide for a special permit for vehicles brought into the Virgin Islands amending Title 3, Chapter 33, Section 881G relating to the public records to exclude from public examination and captured license plate data from automated license plate reader systems, requiring the Virgin Islands Police Department in conjunction with the Office of the Attorney General to promulgate regulations relating to the automated license plate reader system, making a $500,000 appropriation to the Virgin Islands Police Department to establish a pilot speed and red light camera program, and providing for other purposes as amended be approved by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Joseph, Senators Payne, Senators Johnson, and Senator Gittins. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Ye. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0142, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 20, Chapter 45, by adding a subchapter 2 to provide for an automated license plate reader system as a crime-fighting tool throughout the Virgin Islands, amending Title 20, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, relating to the inter-island transport of motor vehicles to provide additional requirements in Section 225A for transporting motor vehicles intra-island, and adding Section 225C to provide for a special permit for vehicles brought into the Virgin Islands, amending Title 3, Chapter 33, Section 881G, relating to public records to exclude from public examination captured plate data from automated license plate reader systems, requiring the Virgin Islands Police Department, in conjunction with the Office of the Attorney General, to promulgate regulations relating to the automated license plate reader system, making a $500,000 appropriation to the Virgin Islands Police Department to establish a pilot speed and red light camera program, and providing for other purposes, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
Amendment. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-472, and this is amendment to Bill number 34-0155, being offered by yours truly, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Bill number 34-0155 is amended in the following instances. A, Section 1 is amended. 1, on page 2, line 19, the definition of notarial officer is amended by inserting by the Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, whose position, role, and duties are equivalent to those of Secretary of State, are performed a notarial act. And 2, on page 29, internal section 836, subsection A is amended by inserting a paragraph 7 to read as follows. 7, allowing for the increase of fees set forth in section 778 and 831, but a regulation that requires the fees to be by more than 5% annum is not valid. B, Section 2, page 30, at the end of line 11, is amended after subsection B by adding and inserting a new subsection B that reads as follows. B, the Lieutenant Governor may increase fees in section 778 and 831 of this chapter after 180 days of public notice and comment period. C, the bill summary is revised accordingly. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Payne, Joseph, and Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I move that Bill number 34-0155, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 29, relating to notaries, notarial act officers, and notarial acts by adding subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts of 2021, and amending and repealing conflicting laws on notaries public, as amended, be approved by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Johnson, Payne, and Joseph. Roll call on Bill number 34-0155.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes, and I second also.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0155, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 29, relating to notaries, notarial officers, notarial acts, by adding subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts 2021, and amending and repealing conflicting laws on notaries public, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Amendment. Senator Joseph, you recognize with your amendment. Please recognize Senator Joseph's microphone.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendment number 34-450 on behalf of the bill sponsor of Bill number 34-0141, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0141 is amended in the following instances. A, Section 1, internal section 203A, subsection B, is amended to read as follows. 1, using the most recent contact information provided by the victim, the Department of Justice shall notify any victim or alleged victim who has requested to be notified of the release of the defendant. A, no later than 15 days before the defendant is released from custody for any reason, including release on bail or personal recognizance, release from a medical or mental health institution, completion of the term of incarceration or commutation of sentence, or B, as soon as practicable after being notified of the defendant's impending release, but not later than 24 hours after learning of the defendant's actual release, or C, no later than 1 hour after being notified that a defendant has escaped from custody. 2, the notice must be by one of the following means. A, calling the victim of alleged victim. B, emailing the victim or alleged victim. Or C, serving the victim or alleged victim with notification of release by a person authorized to serve summonses and complaints. B, Section 1, Internal Section 230A. Subsection F is stricken and a new subsection F is inserted to read as follows. F, the Bureau of Corrections shall notify the Department of Justice, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Family Resource Center, and the Women's Coalition of any successors victims advocacy organization of the release of a defendant who is charged with a crime against the person. 1, no later than 30 days before the defendant is released from custody for any reason, including release on bail or personal recognizance, release from a medical or mental health institution, completion of the term of incarceration, a computation of sentence, or 2, as soon as practicable after being notified of the defendant's impending release, but not later than 24 hours after learning of the defendant's actual release, or 3, no later than 2 hours after discovering that a defendant has escaped from custody. C, an appropriately numbered section is added to read as follows. Section Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 8, Section 203, subsection C is amended by striking and 7 and striking R before the responsibility and inserting is. D, the bill summary is revised accordingly. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Payne.
Objection.
Objected to by Senator Gittins. Roll call on amendment number 34-450.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Nay.
Senator Johnson.
He said nay.
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. No, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Nay.
Senator Whitaker, nay. Mr. Chair, we have 4 yay, 3 nay.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, amendment number 34-0450 carries. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that bill number 34-0141, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 34, Chapter 8, to require the Bureau of Corrections and the Virgin Islands Attorney General's Office to notify expeditiously victims of crimes against the person of the release of their alleged perpetrator, amending Title 5, Chapter 407, Section 4606, relating to restitution and notification of victims of crime by the Territorial Parole Board of an inmate's release to increase the time, contents, and the methods of notification to a crime victim of an inmate's release and for other related purposes as amended be favorably voted upon by this body and moved to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Payne and Senator Francis and Senator Francis. Objected to by Senator Gittins. Roll call on bill number 34-0141 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Nay.
Senator Whitaker, nay. Mr. Chair, we have 4 yea, 3 nay.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, bill number 34-0141, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 34, Chapter 8, to require the Bureau of Corrections and the Virgin Islands Attorney General's Office to notify expeditiously victims of crime against the person of the release of their alleged perpetrator. Amending Title 5, Chapter 407, Section 4606, relating to restitution and notification of victims of crime by the Territorial Parole Board of an inmate's release to increase the time, contents, and the methods of notification to a crime victim of an inmate's release and for other related purposes, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that bill number 34-0148, an act honoring and commending Laverne E. Raxter for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the islands of St. Thomas in her honor, be favorably voted upon by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and reported out to the full body for further action. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Payne. Roll call on bill Senator Payne and Senator Whitaker and Senator Johnson and Senator Francis.
Johnson.
Roll call on bill number 34-0148.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yea.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 34-0148, an act honoring and commending Dr. Laverne E. Raxter for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor has been as amended. No. strike as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 34-0170, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 29, Chapter 12, Sections 708, 708A, 708B, 710, 711, 7112, 713A-B5, 715, and 723 relating to economic development program, amend the incentives to beneficiaries to further their commitments to invest in the Virgin Islands community, be favorably voted upon by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Payne. Roll call on bill number 34-0 and Senator Francis. Sorry, Senator Francis.
And Whitaker.
And Senator Whitaker.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call on bill number 34-0170.
Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Kenneth L. Gittins.
Oh, Lord.
Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator
Yes.
Oh, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you very much. Senator Gittins came back, so he voted yes. So you're correct. Okay, colleagues, bill number 34-0170, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 29, Chapter 12, Sections 708, 708A, 708B, 710, 711, 712, 713A, B5, 715, and 723 relating to economic development program, amend the incentives to beneficiaries to further their commitments to investment in the Virgin Islands community, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Point of personal privilege, Senator Fred Gregory.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting the 3 measures before us today. But I would be remiss if I did not comment on the vote on bill number 34-0141. I must say that I am perplexed that 2 former law enforcement individuals who currently serve in this body voted no on the amendment and voted no on the bill. This bill seeks to protect victims and define crimes against a person of criminal offenses in our community. Currently, the law only accounts for providing notice to individuals to whom domestic violence has occurred. This law expands, this proposed legislation expands that to battery, assault, rape, etc., in instances where it's not tied to a domestic violence. Those individuals who have crimes committed against them also should know. It shouldn't only be for domestic individuals whom domestic violence cases are brought forward. So I must say that I am perplexed, but I want to ask my colleagues who voted no to, let's talk about this. If there is something in this legislation that requires an amendment, let's amend it. But notice needs to be provided. We know the situation that we have in the Virgin Islands, and we know the size, the depth, and the width of this territory. And everybody basically knows everybody. So notice is important, and notice is not only important when an individual is paroled, but notice is important overall for pre-trial and post-trial. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just indicate on the record my position on Bill number 34-0141, which allow victims to be notified. I want to share briefly my experience in the trenches as a program manager, wherein we've had people who were arrested and they were either released on bail or they escaped custody. And sometimes they had individuals, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, who had completed their time in jail. And you know what? They came back to try to intimidate and re-victimize those persons. I had an instance where, and I was working right here in the legislature, one of my co-workers, her father was killed in front of her brother, murdered, and they had no clue that the gentleman had completed his term, and guess where they found out? The man came to look for them. Isn't that something? So they didn't have anything, so they felt re-victimized, and they said, there is this man out hailing me in the street like that, and my father is gone because this man killed my father in cold blood. So they have to have some way so that they can protect themselves and become alert so they know how to deal with it, not to have somebody surprise them when they're out and you don't have any way to protect yourself or put up your guards. So that's one of the reasons why I voted in favor of this bill. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of personal privilege. Senator Kenneth Gittens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought all of us had our own vote in this body. And again, and I'll repeat, every tub must sit on its own bottom. And this is one that's going to sit on its own. So to say that you have two former law enforcement officers in here and you are perplexed that we didn't support the measure, this is what happens when we try to just shuttle things through and not have the proper discussions. Now, in moving this measure forward, it was stated about the immediate notification to these victims and whatnot. I understand that very well. And again, that's why you have a victim witness advocate within the Virgin Islands Police Department and one within the Department of Justice. If those two layers fail, my goodness. And then we're talking about the immediate notification. So in other words, we're talking about upon arrest and them being released. That means after advisement, but yet still in an amendment offered, you're talking about not later than 15 days before the defendant is released in one aspect. And in the next aspect, you're talking about not later than 30 days after the defendant is released. So which one is it? I am stating that the mechanism is already in place. And I don't need people to be trying to make it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't brag about what I have, but I have a criminal justice background. So to say that you're perplexed because we didn't support the measure, I thought that all of us had our own respective vote on this floor. I will not stand for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Giddens. We have 2 more points of personal privilege. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege, and then we'll go to Senator Whitaker with your point of personal privilege. Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Didn't ask for one, but I sure appreciate it.
Well, you didn't
You know,
well, you don't have to take it, you know,
no,
Senator.
I needed it. I needed it because there's something called victim of violence crime. And based on that act alone, the victims know when these people are being released. That's automatic. This ain't something I know about. I just guessing. From my working there in the prison, I ain't guessing. I know this. From working there in the prison, every person who was a victim of a violent crime, before that person is released, that happens, and it's the law is there already. So what are we doing? Putting the same law back over to say we pass a bill, and when I vote, it's my vote. And every time I come to this session or to hearing, any hearing, I have never run out from voting. I will vote my conscience every day. No one gonna be perplexed to change how I vote. This is Senator Johnson standing for what I believe in. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Whitaker, you are now recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to make this concrete and clear. I have my background. Let me just put in perspective. I worked with the U.S. Attorney's Office as a young woman, and I was a victim witness assistant for the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Florida. So without question, and coming home, serving even on the Board of Women's Coalition. So I support what is going on here. But as we went through the process, as we look at what is already legislated, Act 7519, what I'm saying is when we add more layers to legislation, and here we have, as I did my line of my statement, I said we have a situation where even when it comes to human trafficking, our oversight authority is not being exercised. I did that months ago and continue to do that. So to stand here today and to be perplexed, what I'm saying is that we then need to circle up to do our oversight. So this senator here certainly has been in the trenches of fighting for women's rights, and certainly victims from the time I was even a younger woman. So let's just stop right there. We need to work with the Attorney General's office, with the BOC, to work that they are implementing the law. But where it sits is in the Attorney General's office. Also, we need to coordinate with the U.S. Attorney's Office as well, because we also need to see some more level of support for our victims. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Colleague, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 15 minutes. Good afternoon, all colleagues. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. We are going to start with the first item in block number 1. Sorry. The first item in block number 2. Who speaks to bill number 34-0072? Senator DeGraff, please proceed with your introduction.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Bill number 34-0072, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes. This bill has been heard in Committee of Jurisdiction and moved forward. And the Attorney General submitted an amendment for the bill, which was attached after to be placed when it hits the Rule Committee. There was some discrepancy in regards to how licensed gun owners would fare with the way the bill was. So I made a provision in the bill also as a separate amendment, and I presently have an amendment to join both amendments from the AG office and the one I had, which would allow for licensed gun owners, however, may purchase firearm components without registering them, only for maintenance purposes, and their licensed firearms only, with the exception of components used in ballistic testing, including barrels, extractors, firing pins. This bill is basically, right now you can purchase firearm components. A firearm consists basically of a barrel, what is called an upper receiver, a lower receiver, butt stock, firing block, breech. So you can order these parts in the States legally and ship them here to the Virgin Islands in parts, and then assemble them here in the territory. The parts that you order come without serial numbers, and we presently refer to them as zip guns or ghost guns. Presently, there are 2 females in the territory that were being prosecuted by the federal government for between, I think, 2016 and 2020, who ordered gun parts in excess of 100 guns, assembled them here in the territory, and then sold them in the territory. I understand the portion for licensed gun owners to be able to have that exemption to where they can order parts for maintenance and upgrade their firearms. However, barrels, if you use your firearm in a crime, whether you're licensed or unlicensed firearm owner, you change out your barrel, then it gives credence to you having a different firearm. That's why a barrel was excluded. In ballistics, there are certain components that are in a barrel that are used for identification, and if you change that out, then you actually have a different firearm. So because of the fact that you can go online and order these parts legally, bring them into the territory, and you can go on social media, different websites, and it tells you how to reassemble these firearms here in the territory. So when they talk about we don't have gun factories in the territory, people are manufacturing firearms in the territory. This bill seeks to try to address that issue. And as Commissioner Ray Martinez mentioned when he testified, this is a crime-fighting tool to address this serious issue because of we know of the gun issue that we're having in the territory. So since I'm not a member of this committee, I'm asking the committee members to vote favorably on this bill. And at the time, we would have the amendment attached to the bill to try to clear up some of the issues. I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. We will now proceed to the introduction of bill number 34-0154. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your introduction.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to present to this committee and the people of the Virgin Islands Bill 34-0154. This bill amends Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education in our schools. Before I get to the proposed legislation, let's first recognize that this week is Foreign Language Week. So shout out to all the foreign language teachers. And I want to motivate and encourage our students to take on a course in foreign language. It's a benefit. It's also VA History Month. This is also Youth Art Month, and our young people have various displays of paintings and various museums, the Children's Museum on St. Thomas, the Caribbean Museum also, and over on St. Croix at Chant. So go out and support our children. And also, like we mentioned earlier, it's Girl Scouts Week. So the Girl Scouts are celebrating their week, and I'm honored to have had with me Miss Camille Boyce, who's been shadowing me this morning. And Camille is a 5th grader student at Adelita Crine School, and she wants to be a teacher when she grows up, which is great. Now I'm trying to convince her to be an ESL teacher. So let's see if I'm successful by the end of the day in doing that. But it's a pleasure to have had Camille with us. So with regards to the bill, this bill was first heard in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development on February 8, where we heard supporting testimony from both the Department of Education and the Board of Education regarding the necessity of this act. Minor changes were made to clarify the bill's objective, and the proposal was ultimately approved. So the primary goal of Bill 34-0154 is to amend various provisions of the Virgin Islands Code Bilingual Act by establishing a minimum competency requirements and the development of a comprehensive strategy to assist and support English learners. The legislation also lays a foundation for the training of qualified ESL teachers and to instruct paraprofessionals, school administrator, counselors, and other supporting staff. I must share that in creating this legislation, I spoke to several education professionals, students, and parents, both locally and abroad, to first get a full understanding of the issues and the best way to address them. Here in the Virgin Islands, we have a great deal of students who are English learners, to include those who speak Spanish, French Creole, or Arabic in home, which is their first native language, and many others. One area of concern that was discussed during the February 8 hearing was a subsection 6 on page 3, which states that, and I quote, that the Department of Education, the Department of Education shall establish through the Board of Education minimum training requirements of the basic knowledge in the instructions of English learners for the general certification of teachers and school administrators, end quote. Some misinterpreted this section to say that teachers would be required to take additional professional development courses. No, that is not the case. This minimum training will be completed as part of the existing professional development requirements. And I repeat, as part of the existing professional development requirements. Currently, the education professionals must undergo 124 hours of professional training, which will include this training in particular that is proposed within this legislation. As a result, teachers' professional training hours will not be increased. More importantly, this proposed training will be beneficial for both educators and students, as they will acquire the basic knowledge necessary on the bilingual and English language program in order to assist ESL learners effectively and meaningfully. Later today, one of my colleagues will offer Amendment 34-486 to specifically clarify this section. Colleagues, our ESL students population is growing. And according to United States Department of Justice, Office of Civil Rights, ESL students are entitled to appropriate language assistance service to become proficient in English and to participate equally in the standard instructional programs within a reasonable period. It is crucial to the future of our territory that these students and all students have an equal access to a high quality education and the opportunity to achieve their full academic potential. Let's do the right thing. This measure is a step towards progress, and I am open to any amendments that my colleagues feel may better enhance this measure, and I look forward to your support. And like I always say, progreso para todo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Next on the agenda, we have Bill number 34-0055, an act amending Title 34, Virgin Islands Code, by adding a Chapter 4 to be known as the Responsible Father Act of 2022. Who speaks on this bill? Senator Potter, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I present to you Bill number 34-0055, the Responsible Fatherhood Act of 2022. This bill, if you will recall, unanimously passed the Committee on Health and Human Services some time ago. And the bill is not legislating morality or parenting. It's not. You can't do that. You can't legislate morality. But in a nutshell, the bill creates the Council on Responsible Fatherhood, which is an 11-member body housed in the Department of Justice through the Office of Paternity and Child Support that will be charged with developing a comprehensive plan that promotes the positive involvement of fathers in the lives of their children. The bill is not unique to the U.S. Virgin Islands. A number of states in the U.S., in the contiguous United States, have successful programs that has made a significant difference. The Council will evaluate territorial programs, develop symposiums, spearhead community town halls dedicated to fatherhood, and make recommendations to the governor and the legislature on the development of policy and pertinent legislation regarding fathers, fatherhood, and families. The reason for the Council's existence is to strengthen families by building, supporting, and educating fathers as to the importance of their role in the lives of their children and families. Virtually every community-based organization that is engaged in social services had a hand in crafting this bill. We had the Family Resource Center. We had representatives from the Mission Project, Carlton Stevens. We had Abdul Ali and the Men's Coalition. We had the Division of Paternity and Child Support. We had representatives from the Department of Human Services. They were all a part of making this bill a reality, fine-tuning this bill. Okay? These groups are doing considerable work on their own to support fathers. But the beauty and the power of this bill, I believe, will really make it a transformative one in that the council, the Fatherhood Council, will serve as the coordinating arm for any and everything relating to fatherhood. We're not just going to have a isolated man-up conference, for example, and then you don't, you may hear that once a year or once every other year. We're going to have this group, this organization is going to be focused on developing a sustained focus on fatherhood. The council will use the collective brain power of its membership. We're going to have pastors and social workers and folks who are engaged and involved in helping and strengthening communities will be appointed to serve on this council. It is going to be a much more organized, state-of-the-art and targeted response to father absence and strengthening families in the United States Virgin Islands. This will be, I know my colleague from Savan mentioned crime fighting tools and several bills that were discussed today. This will be the ultimate, I believe, anti-crime tool, because it is clear that when you are in a family with an engaged father, students tend to graduate, they tend to do better in school, they tend to steer away from crime. So we are very, very excited and hopeful that this bill will make a significant difference in the Virgin Islands community. Students do better academically. They're more likely to graduate from high school and pursue post-secondary education. They're more likely to become successful in their jobs. I think we are definitely on the cusp of doing something tremendous with the passing of this bill. Colleagues, I am sincerely asking you for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. Finally, in Block 2, we have Bill number 34-0171, an act amending Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 27, Section 706, Chapter 28A, Section 755, relating to the service retirement annuity to allow retirees to re-enter government service and retain their annuity while paying a contribution to the retirement system, amending Title Chapter 5, Subchapter 3, relating to the government personnel position classification system position to cover positions of annuitants who re-enter government service and for other related purposes. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Kindly recognize the mic of Senator Potter. You are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And before I proceed, I definitely want to thank the sponsors, the co-sponsors of this bill, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, and co-sponsor Senator Samuel Carrion for signing on to this very important piece of legislation. Bill number 34-0171 is an initiative which allows the government of the Virgin Islands retirees to return to work while continuing to receive their service annuity. But what is critical here, what needs to be emphasized, is that the bill places no burden on the GERS. I want to repeat it again because I think it is critical. The bill places absolutely no burden on the GERS. In fact, it offers a financial benefit to the system in that the GERS will continue to receive both employer and employee contributions without the obligation of having to recalculate the retiree's service annuity. Again, this bill was not developed in a vacuum. We had input from the GERS Administrator Nibs and Director or Board Chair Nelon Bori, who wholeheartedly embraced the bill and offered their suggestions for improvement. We had Ms. Cindy Barry, Director of the Division of Personnel, the Office Sidney Richardson, the Division of Personnel. We had the Office of Collective Bargaining's Chief Negotiator, Attorney Josh Springett. We had members of the AARP, Mr. Schuster and Ms. Toussaint, were involved in the discussion. We also shared the bill with Gruff, Ms. Helen Hart, who is the point person for that bill. And they were all extremely supportive of the bill, and they offered some suggestions as to how we could improve the bill to make it a win-win across the board, and we took their suggestions to heart. The bill widens the pool of potential employees to help the government of the Virgin Islands fill hundreds of vacancies. Right now, we have, in a typical year, we have 1,000+ positions that go unfilled in the government of the Virgin Islands. This challenge for talent is not unique to the U.S. Virgin Islands. It is something that jurisdictions across the country are experiencing. A hunger and a search and a war, that's what they're calling it, a talent war, a war for talent. So we want to at least, we're not going to be able to solve the problem by allowing retirees to come back to work, but at least it opens up the opportunities for an additional pool of persons who are already seasoned and trained to be eligible, to be qualified to come back to work to fill these critical positions. Bill number 34-0171 provides a means for the retirees to supplement their income. Many retirees today retired when the salaries in the government of the Virgin Islands was $16,000 and $17,000 and $18,000. So this allows them to have the opportunity, if they apply and are selected, it allows them the opportunity to return to government service to work. The bill provides a cap on how long they can come back to work. It caps the time frame to 3 years. Colleagues, this is a win-win scenario across the board for the government of the Virgin Islands. At the appropriate time, I will be sharing an amendment which fine-tunes the bill. It offers some of the suggestions that the individuals who are part of the process suggested to make the bill an even better one. Colleagues, thank you very much. At the appropriate time, I am asking you for your support. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you kindly, Senator Potter. Colleagues, we will consider all of these bills in one block, and all colleagues will have an opportunity to speak on these measures before us. I'm allowing a time limit of 5 minutes. And so we will begin with Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. In block number 2, I'll be supporting most, if not all, of the measures in this particular block. Certainly the issue of firearms and firearms component and the issue of ghost gun continue to be one of grave concern in our community. So it is something that I intend to continue to develop in respect to, how do we really address the issues of firearms coming into the territory and try to attack that situation to minimize the opportunities. And there are several measures that's being moved in respect to that. The issue is that we always want to be concerned that the firearms that's coming into the territory, getting into the hands of those individuals that are up to no good with these firearms, and certainly there's opportunities for us to be able to address that via legislation. We also have to be mindful that there are licensed dealers that will have the need for repairs, and when we move legislation, we want to make sure that those individuals will be exempt so that they could fall under the ability to be able to make repairs to these firearms. So I think the amendment that's being offered by my colleague, the bill sponsor, will address that particular situation. On Bill 34-0154, I like the measure that's moving through the legislature. I like the fact that it's mentioned bilingual and it's not very language specific, which really open the doors for multiple language, because we know the Virgin Islands being a fruit salad, we don't like to call it a melting pot. Being a fruit salad, it's made up of many different cultures coming to the territory, and the issue of your bilingual and English language development. It allows for not just one specific, just Spanish alone, but also allow for the other languages as well, be it Paplamento and Arabic if necessary. It allows for all of that then to make sure that we're catering to the needs of our students, to make sure that they're properly educated. In respect to Bill number 34-055, I commend all of the single male or females that have raised sons and daughters in our community, and all we could do is be hopeful. I heard the bill sponsor talk about being hopeful. We can't legislate responsibility. We still have issues where we have households where they're both parents in the households, and still we have where individuals may run afoul of those situations. So, we look at this at the full gamut, and when we talk about the Responsibility Fatherhood Act, I'm hoping that it'll be open to look at all of the multifaceted issues confronting the home and well-being and rearing of children that will be addressed, by those individuals that make up the council, so that they could continue to offer good legislation, that could support, again, bringing families together and keeping them together. Bill number 34-0171 offers no additional burden to GRS. That's understood and really a benefit.
2 minutes.
I know based on the legislation, it allows for employees after being retired for 18 months to be able to re-enter government service. I don't know that if it goes beyond that, whether it's if you've been retired 24 months, 36 months, whether or not they'll have an opportunity to come back. I know that there are some individuals that retire from government that we are happy that they're gone home because they've been basically retired on the job anyway. So we're glad to see them go home. But there are also those instances where we have, competent individuals that have left government that we believe could come back and offer, something to those that remains, or at least bring, some new perspective, be able to support the new employees as well and teach them some of that seniority skills. I think this bill would allow for that to occur. And again, as the bill sponsor have carefully indicated, this is no burden on GRS. It's a win-win situation, and win more for GRS so than the annuitant that are coming back, because they'll continue to pay into the system, and they earn nothing more in terms of their retirement. So it's really the government that benefits, or the system that benefits more from them coming back to work more so than the annuitant themselves. So it's commendable that if they're willing to do that and come in and be productive, then certainly I support this measure moving forward. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. I'll vote on these bills accordingly as the time comes. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Senator Francis. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, listening of your audience. Let me dive right in. Bill number 34, that's 0072. My office received numerous calls and emails about this bill relative to amendments that were needed so that the law-abiding gun enthusiasts will not be penalized with this bill. I've personally spoken to the bill sponsor and have reviewed the amendment that we offered today, and I can wholeheartedly say I am in support of it. We must do our part to ensure that we hold would-be criminals accountable while making sure that we do not violate the rights of responsible gun owners. My office is presently setting up a meeting with all the stakeholders with a meeting relative to ghost guns, as there are sensitive matters relative to these type of firearms that cannot be held in a public setting. Bill number 34, that's 0154. It's imperative that we charge the Department of Education to maintain bilingual programs as our demographics are changing rapidly. I'm also hopeful that this will cause the department to also focus on our children of Haitian descent. I remember several years ago when I worked as an SRO at Jess School in St. John, The children of Haitian descent were left to fend for themselves as there were no Creole-speaking teachers or classes specifically for children who spoke Creole. However, there were Spanish teachers to assist the Hispanic children. The children of Haitian descent usually ended up in special ed or for services as there were no Creole teachers, Creole-speaking teachers to instruct them. There were some teachers who spoke patois to try to communicate with them. However, they usually fell behind because of a language barrier. That's why it's of the utmost importance that our educational system makes changes to the school atmosphere as it's related to educating our children. However, in instances where the department falls short, then it's up to the legislator to work with them to fill in the gaps. Major kudos to the bill sponsors. Bill number 34, that's 0055, the Responsible Fatherhood Act of 2022. I know many people think that the number one problem we have in the Virgin Islands is guns. However, I strongly believe that the number one problem we are facing today relative to at-risk children is the absentee father. In my more than 25 years of working with serious at-risk children, most of the at-risk males that I have worked with had no father or no father figure in the household. These young men were forced to learn about the responsibilities of being a man from their close friends who most times also did not have a father figure in their lives. I've seen children in kindergarten morph into completely different children when they have no father figure in their lives. I've also seen children who didn't have a father figure in their life make a complete turnaround when their father took an active role in their lives. Through the JDPP program, we tried very hard to encourage fathers to spend time with the children, even if it meant going to their homes and waking them out of bed and accompanying them to do a walk through their child's school. Sometimes when they saw how the child lit up like the sun and ran to them and shouted, "Daddy!" That's all it took to show them simply how much their presence means to their child. Unfortunately, it didn't work for every child. That is why I sincerely believe that this is a step in the right direction. I wish there was a way I could personally be a de facto member of this council, but I'm sure if I reach out to Paternity Division, they would allow me to sit and share some insight with the council members. The new generation of young people, as I have started mentoring young people again, are almost hollow. I've never seen or even read about the type of mindset or lack of caring about life, absolutely no fear of being incarcerated or even dying. Usually everyone is afraid of something, not this new generation. But I'm back in the trenches once more, dusted off my boots, and beginning to reach out to arm my full shoulders, because all it takes is for someone to show them that they genuinely care. If every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them. It's a tough job, but it's not impossible. Bill number 34, that's 0176. I'm in support of as many of our government agencies are seriously short-staffed. We have retirees who are more than willing to come back to work. However, the way the law is presently structured, they will end up losing the annuities. We have some government agencies that are operating right now in crisis mode, and this bill will bring them the immediate relief they're seeking. Again, kudos to these bill sponsors.
Time.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time, and I'm in support of all of these measures in Block 2.
Thank you so much, Senator Payne. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening viewing audience. Good afternoon to all the staff. And I want to first start off by certainly commending the efforts of all the bill sponsors as we move critical legislation through. I'll start off with Bill 34-072. For one, I just want to say that as we're addressing firearms, we have, again, I always highlight the fact that we have laws in the books that are not being followed or there are issues with execution. I did in my, certainly in support of constituents, did reach out to Commissioner Martinez regarding some concerns over how long it takes to get a gun license. And that's a whole other conversation, but we know that as we add more legislation or we amend it, we have to also look what we have in place and to ensure that the laws are being followed, but also we ensure that these agencies are moving a lot more, with a lot more. We have a lot of departments and entities that don't move strategically, don't have policies, procedures, or they do, but they're not followed. And so with this measure, though, I want to indicate that a lot of, as many of my colleagues have already shared, we had a number of individuals who expressed concerns. I was asked to come to different, constituent businesses, and essentially, I don't know right now today. I'm not necessarily going to be able to feel comfortable necessarily with moving forward. Not to say that it's not a good measure. But we know that the Constitution protects the right to bear arms. But at the same time, I look to countries like New Zealand, where the Prime Minister, through her leadership, was like, she had enough, and she charged forward with getting certain guns off the street. And we live in a nation that is really, among the top nations in the world that is not doing well with gun violence. And so we have to figure out a much different way to approach this matter. And I would go with the best practices in the world to help solve some of our crisis, not so much towards, what we kind of follow in the U.S. If we're going to follow the Virgin Islands, if we're going to follow a country, even though we're part of America, we might want to follow countries that are doing better than America. I will move now on to Bill number 34-0055. Also, this is really, really important as we address the paternity division. And again, I'm going to harp on the fact that, we have a lot of issues and I want to just highlight that this is really a good pathway because there's some more work to be done. When we think about families and we think about what has to be done, and there's some good practices around that, where the family court working with Department of Justice would have a much more holistic, really, a lot of more, when we look at families, we need a lot more mediation. We need a lot more, support for families. And that would come by way not of necessarily legislation, this is important, but I would like for us to really move towards some more elements with the family court where there is more support for families. And like I said, mediation, counseling. When we're talking about children and families, smaller they are, you can't put children to this, these long court cases, long custody battles. They hurt families. So I support this measure definitely, and I would say that I would like to receive the support of my colleagues, because I think that we should work more holistically and seeing through this very committee how we can work on addressing it from the perspective of the court system itself. Certainly, Bill number 34-154, I really want to say that it was a joy to work with my colleague and just believe in the importance of bilingual and bilingual education. And this is just one step forward to support our English language learners. But if we look at it from the element of overall supporting bilingualism and trilingualism, as some of you are aware that I did attempt through the Education Committee, which this bill came through the Education Committee a few months back last in August. I did attempt to push for this. I did not get the support I needed, but I do have the support of the community, that I do believe that the more we can push to ensure that people leave school with a full understanding of more than one language, that would be really good. Because a lot of times our children are leaving school, and many of us have gone through school without the opportunity to hone in another language, and that cuts us out from a lot of even work opportunities. And I will, and finally, Bill number 34-0171. Absolutely, we have to. This is also connected to the importance of supporting our the succession planning, and a lot of commissions and directors. We go through different administrations, but we have to look at a much more holistic way of persons leaving and persons coming back. So I certainly support this measure. Thank you, and that, of course, perfect timing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Franklin Johnson, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Good afternoon to all my colleagues and the viewing and listening audience. I definitely will be supporting all the bills in this block, and I'll start off with Bill number 34-072. A well-needed bill, and I must say kudos to the Sabanero. When he first brought this legislation, it needed a lot of amendment. We had a lot of discussion. At the time that it first came out, I didn't sign on, but I definitely will be signing on. I saw a lot of the amendments that I think required to strengthen this bill, and I definitely will be signing on. We must do everything we can to stop these illegal firearms from coming into our territory. Sometimes you see a zip gun, and sometimes some of these guns comes in different colors. You could see one in orange. You might think it's a toy gun, and lo and behold, it's a
Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, we couldn't hear you for some part of your speech. So if you could repeat what you were saying because it got cut off. And Madam Clerk, if you could just add 1 additional minute to Senator Johnson's time. Thank you. I can't hear you. We can't hear you, Senator Johnson, at all.
Started over. Just
still,
appreciate if my time started over. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
As I stated, I will definitely be supporting bill number 34007. There was a lot of
Senator Johnson, kindly be patient with us. We're going to take a little recess because we want to assure that the recorder on our end is capturing everything you're saying and it's not coming in clear. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary will recess for 1 minute. on record. We are back on record. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. We're going to roll back the time and allow you to begin your statement, starting from the top. You're allowed your 5 minutes. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, kind Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. I will start off with Bill number 340072. I, been privileged to work with the Savanero on this bill, and a couple of times that this measure came up. This is not the first time we get in here with it. There was so much a different amendment that needed to put in there to make sure we don't restrict those that have licensed firearm from getting their clips, different piece of material that they can need. Because the first piece of this legislation really restricted people with license the opportunity to repair their ammunition. So I really appreciate him giving me that little bit of piece into it. I didn't sign on when it first came out because of those measures that I think needed to be corrected. I definitely will be signing on this measure. We have to do everything we can to change the way how weapons are being come on our street just randomly. The zip gun, as I was stating before, sometimes you could see these guns in orange, light blue. Looks like a plastic weapon. And you might stand up and see somebody with a plastic orange gun and you're like, what are you doing with a toy gun? But it's a real weapon that fire real rounds. So I really appreciate the sponsor of this bill with this, decision to come forth with this and really try to do everything we can to cut down on weapons illegally coming into our territory. This is just a small part of our problem, but we have to continue digging and scratching and finding every avenue to change this from happening in our territory. As it relates to bill number 340154, this piece of legislation should have happened long ago, and I think we already had. When I was going to school, I know they had bilingual class. So I must say that it's a piece of legislation. We need to make sure that our children get that second language. It's so important that cuando tú puedo hablar español, es muy diferente. In other words, when you can speak Spanish, it's really different because you can go places and get by and get things done. Sometimes it's so important. Someone might be speaking about you. And I've had that experience so many times going through Puerto Rico. And I stood there, I listened, and I wait till I had my opportunity to tell them what I know they were saying and corrected my problem in Spanish. So I urge that the children then will take advantage of this opportunity and, go to these classes. And the most amazing thing about that, most of the Spanish-speaking people in our territory, if you pay attention, if you know the proper language, sometimes it's broken Spanish. Same way Creole and Patois is a broken language. You will find out that a lot of times it's a little difficult even for the Spanish-speaking people to pass this class. But it's a very important class and something we definitely must do, and I will definitely be signing on in this measure too. Bill number 340055. This bill, at the beginning, I thought about it hard and I said that it will not solve all our problem, but it's a start. And what I want to challenge my colleagues on the island of St. Croix, if they're so serious about this bill, this Saturday, down to Agriculture, is a gentleman that does a Daddy Day Out. Starts at 12 p.m. I sponsor a lot of this nonprofit group with these programs and events that he have at Agriculture, trying to get our brothers to become fathers. So this Daddy Day Out program that's going to happen on Agriculture, I urging all my colleagues on the Big Island from 12 p.m. this Saturday at Agriculture to go down there and spend a little time. Spend a little time with the children them. I went there one time and this little young man was so glad to see someone there. And he challenged me to a foot race and I had to run him. And the sad thing is he beat me, but I had to run him. Bill number 340171. This is a significant bill that was going to really bring some energy, some financial need, breathing air to GRS. So I definitely will support it, and I support what my colleagues saying that I'm probably going to need some amendment to it, especially for law enforcement that been out for maybe 5-6 years because they have lost their certification. So this is something we need to look closely and find ways to add some amendment. As it stands here, it will need to have some amendment to address law enforcement for the years out, that they don't come back in and just be right there on the line and not pass certification, because that certification have an expiration date on it. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting these measures on this bill. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you are recognized for your 5 minutes. Then we will switch to Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. For Bill 34-0171, I support that. Again, I signed on to it. Retirees to come back. When a lot of time when people retire don't mean they're done, they just probably done with where they were and ready to move on into something else. But to have them come back with the expertise, priceless. Bill 34-0055, Responsible Fatherhood Act. Like my colleague before said, it's a start. And as a crime fighting tool, I too would agree with you, and I like that also as a crime fighting tool. We curse about fathers not being a part, and then when we try to do something to get them involved, we curse about that. Oh, that bill ain't needed. No, let's start somewhere. And I think as a father, the bill sponsor, as a father, myself as a father and a grandfather, hey, I'm happy to be a part of, let's get that moving. For 34-0154, bilingual and English language development, as my colleague mentioned also, people from here may say, why do we have to do that if you're coming to my island, and why do I have to provide this for you and for that? And my answer to that is the reason why I went to war, for those freedoms. The freedoms that I went to Iraq and saw people lose their life for, so people could have freedoms in this country. This is America, the land of the free, the home of the brave. That's why we're going to provide what we have to provide, because we want to continue having the greatest nation on earth. So if it means to provide bilingual for Spanish, Hispanic-speaking people, if it means for Creole-speaking people, French, we're going to provide it for them, because that's who we are, the land of the free, the home of the brave. So I support that bill 100%. Bill 34-0072. Again, I do not have any arguments or lack of respect for licensed gun owners and persons who may have sent in their side of what they are trying to do. What I'm looking at is, as a former police and a parent and someone who lived in this territory all my life, I didn't leave and come back. I watched people grow up. I watched youngsters younger than my grandchildren age get killed. I have tried, as a senator now, we have completed 8 gun buybacks to purchase guns to get them off the street.
2 minutes?
To try stop from people losing their lives with firearm. This bill, when it was brought to my attention, to see how easy it is to bring gun parts in. And when you're selling in parts, it's not declared as a firearm. They're declared as parts. So you can come in and possess them legally. And then when you manufacture them and put them together here in the territory, people are losing their lives from guns. Is this the only answer? No. Is it a perfect bill? No. But again, I did respect the licensed gun owners, and they may purchase firearm components without registering them for maintenance purposes to their licensed firearms only, with exception of components used in ballistic testing, including barrels, extractors, firearms, that may end up creating a new firearm. When you have firearm A and you change the barrel, your firearm becomes firearm B. It's not firearm A anymore, because that barrel has a certain ballistic component to it. When you change the extractors and you change the firing pins, that firearm A becomes a firearm B. That's why I was looking at as a whole in allowing for licensed firearm owners to possess. I don't want to obscure, take away, or try to trod on your Second Amendment right. I agree. But in terms of having to do things and trying to make a difference in this territory, people are losing lives. And who those people are? Our youngsters. So in order for them to be the future of the world, we got to do all our best because, like I said before, we are the land of the free and home of the brave. So again, I'm not a member of this committee. I'm just asking my colleagues to support Bill 34, that's 0072, and all the bills in this block. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You are welcome, Senator DeGraff. Senator Samuel Carrion, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to my colleagues. I am not a member of this committee, but in regards to Bill 3400, which is an act amending Title 23 of Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing a declaration of firearm components under their entry into the Virgin Islands, I think is important. We've heard my colleagues talk about the gun issue we have in the territory. And it's those guns that are brought into the territory illegally. Now, we know that we have to have a balance between those that have, we all have the right to bear arms under our Constitution. And we have to strike a balance between those that go through the proper procedures legally to obtain a gun and those that do it illegally. But we have to continue to protect our community, and this bill with its amendments is directed to do that. We have a problem, which is many individuals, and let me draw back. Individuals bring in parts and then assemble their own guns here in the territory. And, you know, it's no secret, we know that. And those guns get into the wrong hand, and then we have all kinds of acts of violence and crimes that are committed, gun violent crimes. So we need to try to ensure ways to avoid that without infringing in the rights of those to bear arms. Bill 34-0055, the Responsible Father Act. I want to commend all the sponsors for all these bills because they are intended to solve issues that we have in the community. The first one deals with gun violence. The second one deals with the problem of our children when the father is not present. So I want to commend the sponsor, Senator Milton Potter, for bringing this bill together, bringing this bill forward. And Bill 340171 also speaks about relating to the service of retirement's annuity to allow retirees to re-enter into the system. We know we have a large need. We have a need within our workforce, lack of skill sets in specific areas. So this will allow one will benefit our retirement system, but also allow individuals that have retired to have skill sets that are needed to come back to the workforce and provide that assistance or further training so that others can learn and continue in that area. Now, the bill that I am honored to sponsor, which is Bill 34-154, which I'm asking my colleagues to support this afternoon. I want to bring a little bit of clarity in regards to that bill. Within the books, within the code, we had
2 minutes.
Speaks about the bilingual program. And what we did was we realized that there was other components that were missing that wasn't amended or revised in close to maybe 50 years. And we understood that there was a need to look at our code, make amendments, enhance what we had. We added to that because with time we have grown and developed, and now it's called ESL. So we have two programs. We have the bilingual education program, which teaches students in their native language and in English. And we also have the ESL program, which teaches children who do not speak English, assist them in learning to speak English. And I wanted to bring, that clarity because I don't want to create any confusion. English learner students constitute approximately 10% of all public school students in the territory, and are enrolled in nearly 3 out of every 4 public schools around the nation. And under Title V of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title IV, and the Equal Education Opportunity Act of 1974, public schools must ensure that ESL students can participate meaningfully and equally in educational programs. So this is not teaching a foreign language. This is assisting those that come into our territory that don't understand or speak the English language to receive the same type of education that a regular student receives. So this is talking about equity. This is talking about assisting those children that are not only Hispanic, but are from other origins and nationality, like we mentioned, Haitians, and those that are Haitians or those that are Arabic, that are the most common ones, to be able to then learn the English language. And it's very, very important that we have the laws in place to ensure that these children are not discriminated and receive the attention that they need. So the colleagues, once again, I want to thank you and ask you to please vote favorably on this measure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the leniency on the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Next, we will hear from Senator Milton Potter. Senator Milton Potter, you are recognized for your 5 minutes. Kindly recognize Senator Potter's mic.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of all of the bills in Block 2, beginning with Bill number 34-0072. Really, that's what we're calling the ghost gun bill. I had an opportunity last year to attend a conference where the issue of ghost guns was definitely prominent among the state legislators from around the country. Just about everyone had an initiative targeting ghost guns or abolishing ghost guns or putting restrictions on ghost guns. I initially had some concerns with respect to the bill when it was initially introduced. I thought that it placed too heavy a burden on legal gun owners. The sponsor, my good friend and colleague from Savan, was very responsive to the concerns, and he made I think, some very reasonable compromise to make this bill more palatable for both sides. I think the bill allows lawful legal gun owners to purchase components, whether it's through the mail or wherever, once these components are going to be pertinent to the repair and upkeep of their licensed firearms. And I think it is a very reasonable compromise, and because of those adjustments, I will support the legislation. I also support Bill number 34-0154, sponsored by my freshman colleague from the District of St. Croix. The bill provides the bilingual education program in our schools to strengthen and improve that program. As you know, Virgin Islands is a unique place in that we really have a real multicultural, multilinguistic, multi-ethnic population. And I think that this bill really provides an attempt to bring some balance and equity to the education of our children, these children who come from countries where English is not their first language. I think you have often, in speaking to some educators, you have some persons who are coming to the territory and don't speak English.
2 minutes.
But they are very, very smart, very intelligent, has unlimited potential. But if you can't grasp and understand the language, it is really a struggle to learn just about anything. You're talking about math, you're talking about science, you're talking about history, the foundation, everything is provided in English. And if that is not your native language, it's going to be a struggle. So I applaud the Senator from St. Croix, Senator Carrion, for this initiative. I think he's going to be providing an amendment at some point which really clarifies that it does not put any additional burden on the educator as far as the professional development requirement. Everything will be done within the already allotted time frame. So kudos to the good senator for that initiative. Bill number 34-055, the Responsible Fatherhood Act, an initiative that I am proud to have authored. The bill, like I mentioned before in my introduction, provides for an 11-member commission whose task will be to develop programs and initiatives focusing on the awareness and involvement of fathers in the lives of their children. It is something that is vital. If you go in the judicial system on any given day, if a young man is before the court system, I would say 9 out of 10 of those individuals who come before the courts are coming from households where the father is either absent or not engaged at all. We're not saying that this is going to turn water into wine and miraculously change things, but it is an additional tool that we can utilize to provide programs, initiatives. Madam Chair, can I just
you can
conclude? Thank you very much. So I definitely encourage and ask you all for your support of that initiative, as well as Bill number 34-0171, which is the Return to Work Bill. This bill was not created in a vacuum. It involved all of the key stakeholders from the GERS, from the unions, the Division of Personnel, GRUF, Office of Collective Bargaining, etc. It allows retirees to be eligible to return to work without the requirements of the GRS having to recalculate their retirement annuity. So it is something that's going to provide opportunities for retirees, opportunities for the government of the Virgin Islands to fill a number of very critical jobs that remain unfilled right now. We also have an amendment that will be forthcoming that will, first of all, reduce the wait time from 18 months to 9 months. We're going to also require, the initial legislation had both entities coming on board at the tier 2 levels. Now, you will be able to pay into the system at the rate that you were paying before you departed through retirement. So at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I am asking my colleagues for their support on this very important initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. The chair now will take the time to speak on the measures before us in this final block of today's meeting. First of all, I want to begin my discussion on Bill number 34-0072, which is the ghost gun. I do have some concerns still lingering relative to the proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute. I do have concerns relative to the infringement of persons who legally carry gun. Our second, be reminded, colleagues, our second amendment to our U.S. Constitution allows persons to have the right to keep and bear arms, and that shall not be infringed upon. So the whole idea is that persons who legally have their guns, who have gone through the process of getting a application, fingerprinting, background check, and have their firearm legally licensed, and they need to, the amendment address the maintenance, but does it also, my concern is whether it also addresses some key other factors, which leads into having the licensed owner with specific registration gun to be exempt from declaring all components he or she uses to repair, enhance, or their gun, regardless of whether that component, they will now have to go and register those components that they need to use to legally improve or modify their guns. And that is one of my concerns. We all know that persons who have illegal guns, they're going to find any way to get them in here. But it seems that we are penalizing, in my perspective, persons who have legal guns, because they're going to go and register and do all that they have to do to keep it legal. And so it's whether or not this legislation will be able to withstand a constitutional test, and seeing if persons who have legally purchased their gun, followed every aspect of the law, their rights are being infringed upon. So that's my concern, because the U.S. Constitution, Second Amendment, allows persons to hold their guns. And we all know that guns are not the one that kills people. You know, it's human beings like myself and all other people. All other people, I'm not going out there to kill nobody, for sure. But it's human beings who pull the trigger and kill persons. Madam Clerk, I think I should be able to have some leeway. Thank you. Thank you. So, and then that's one of the challenges we have. I want to really commend Senator Potter with this bill number 34-0055, because that hits at the heart of what we need to put in place to prevent guns from going into illegal hands, and for those persons to have the mindset and the conscience that life matters. I want to take the opportunity to read into the record a letter that was given by a young lady who won my second annual Black History Month art competition. And they had to draw a figure of a person who inspires them. The young lady, her name is Ariel St. Paul. She attends the Bertha C. Bushelta Middle School, and she is a sixth grader. It reads, "How my dad inspires me!" Exclamation point. Growing up, my father taught me many valuable lessons, specifically to be kind to everyone and never give up. These simple but important lessons have shaped my life in its entirety. My dad is the kindest man that I have ever met. And she goes on to say, thus, I will always look for my dad when I can't handle things in my life. He is the only one who taught me good manners and good ethics in my life to follow. He helps me in achieving my dreams and helped me to fly high. What an example this father is playing in his daughter's life as a sixth grader attending Bertha C. Bush Shelter. So I really must commend the sponsor of Bill 34-0055. It is definitely needed, but we see that there is still hope in our generation to come, who fathers are playing such a critical role in their lives. So any way that we could expand, encourage, and utilize this legislation to help build up other young people, I am in support of it 100%. Then I want to talk a little briefly about Bill number 34-0154. I know it's a level of parity that we need to bring to our bilingual population, our young people especially, because they have arrived here at a disadvantage when English is at the second language. That's one disadvantage. We're not going to go into the other economic disadvantage they are encountering, as well as some of the social discrimination because they speak a different language. We all were not born in an English-speaking place. We all were not born on U.S. grounds. But when you reach to the United States of America, we should make every opportunity to have you feel welcome. Just like when you reach to the Virgin Islands, we should do that. That's part of what we say in our march. We hold out a welcome to one and all. So I'm in support of this measure. I did have some questions relative to this measure, but the proponent listened and he acted, and I very deeply appreciate that he acted and he considered my questions and others and made an appropriate amendment to clean up and clarify this bill. Finally, Bill 34-0171. In a nutshell, it's providing an opportunity for the government to really shore up its manpower. We have a lot of vacancies. We don't have sufficient people who are trained to take on the roles that we have, and we have retirees who are still able-bodied. Their minds are still sharp, and they may be willing to come back and provide some public service. My only hope is, and we don't have to legislate this, is that they would have someone that they can shadow them and follow them and train them so that they could take on the realm. What we have been missing in government for a long time, I didn't have this issue, was succession planning. People used to feel threatened when you see a young person coming in and the person may be a bit sharper than you, that they're going to take your job. Now we have this major void of skilled, experienced individuals to take the role. So we are having a major challenge with finding capable, experienced and skilled people to do the work in government service because of the great need that we have, and we have the ability now to pay people. So we really want to provide an option for retirees to come back and give. And when those retirees come back and give, I am hoping and I'm praying that we treat them with a level of respect. Sometimes we can be a bit disrespectful to our elders, but treat them with a level of respect and support them as they come forward to support us. Colleagues, all our time has been expired. Do I hear a motion? Amendment? Motion or amendment?
Motion. Amendment. I offer amendment number 34.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you are recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I offer amendment number 34-471 in nature of a substitute to bill number 34-055. 34-072, which reads, Bill number 34-0072 is amended by deleting all the provisions after the enact clause and inserting new provisions that reads as follows. Section 1, Title 23, Virgin Island Codes, Chapter 5 is amended as follows. A, Section 451 is amended. 1, in subsection C by striking subsection D of this section and inserting subsection F. 2, in subsection F by inserting zip and ghost gun and after including 3, in subsection J and K by striking Title 23, Chapter 5 of Section 451D of this code and inserting subsection F. 4, by adding a subsection O to read as follows. O, zip guns or ghost gun.
Motion.
Senator
Motion, Mr.
Novell Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 34-471. I so move.
The motion has been properly moved by Senator Novell Francis and seconded by Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries.
I so move.
The the amendment has been properly moved. Any objections? Objection. Second? Do we have a second for the motion for the amendment? Do we have a second? Second. It's been seconded by Senator Milton Potter and Senator Stephen D. Payne. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion hereby is ordered.
Motion.
Motion. Senator Francis, I'm sorry, Senator Johnson, you are recognized for your motion.
I move that bill number 34-0072 as an act amended Title 23 Virgin Island Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purpose as amended and be voted on favorably in Committee of Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator Stephen D. Payne, seconded also by Senator Gittins and Senator Novell Francis. Roll call on bill number 34-0072 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
No.
Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Stephen D. Payne. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Not voting.
Senator Whitaker, not voting. Madam Chair, 5 yay, 1 nay, 1 not voting.
The motion carries. Bill number 34-0072, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes, as amended, will be forwarded to the Committee of a Whole with a favorable recommendation. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you are recognized for your motion.
I move that Bill number 34-0154, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education, to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual English language development program.
I'm sorry, Senator Whitaker, I believe there is an amendment.
Hold on, Chairman. Hold on. Hold tight. I move motion.
Madam Secretary, you need to, because there is an amendment on the floor, amendment number 34-486.
Chairwoman,
please,
I move
just withdraw your motion and begin again with the amendment.
Chairman, I was aware of that. Just give me a moment. So I move to withdraw my motion. I move to amend Bill number 34-0154. Bill number 34-0154 is amended in Section 1, subsection B at the end of the paragraph after administrators 6 by inserting the following, which training must be included within the established professional development requirement as required by the Virgin Islands Board of Education. I so move. I move that amendment number 34-486, an act amendment to Bill number 34-0154 is amended in Section 1, subsection B at the end of paragraph after administrators 6 by inserting the following, which training must be included within the established professional development requirement as required by the Virgin Islands Board of Education. I so move.
Second.
The amendment has been properly moved by Senator Genevieve Whitaker and seconded by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. and Senator Milton E. Potter. Any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Whitaker, you are recognized for your motion.
I move that Bill number 34-0154, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education, to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the public schools. I so move. As amended, I so move. And be approved by the committee and forwarded to the full body for consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 34-0154, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41, One moment. We didn't have a roll call. Roll call on Bill number 34-0154. The bill was properly seconded by Senator Francis and Senator Milton Potter. Roll call.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0154, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41A, relating to bilingual education, to direct the Department of Education to establish and maintain the bilingual and English language development program in the public school has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further, as amended, will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I want to take the time to correct the moving of Bill number 34-0072 and to restate Bill number 34-0072, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearms component upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes as amended has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. Do I hear a motion? Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-480. No, okay, a little premature. I withdraw that. Withdraw that amendment.
Your amendment is withdrawn.
Motion.
Motion. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 34-0055, an act amending Title 34 Virgin Islands Code by adding a subchapter 4 to be known as the Responsible Fatherhood Act of 2022, be favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 34-0055 has been properly moved by Senator Milton Potter and seconded by Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Roll call on bill number 34-0055.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Yeh. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0055, an act amending Title 34 Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 4 to be known as the Responsible Fatherhood Act of 2022 has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 34-480. Bill number 34-0171 is amended in the following instances. In Section 1, internal subsection D, paragraph 1A, after the word prospective, insert central government. B, strike the phrase its head officer and insert the director of the Division of Personnel. C, at the end of the first sentence, add a new sentence to read, the respective hiring agency head of all other government entities is the officer required to approve hire under this provision. D, in subparagraph C, after position, insert and is newly established job classification that results in a new employee number being issued to any retiree re-entering government service. 2, strike the language in paragraph 5 in its entirety and insert new language to read, and I quote, participants under the age of 65 years of age must be enrolled in a government health insurance program for active government employees. The insurance premiums of the participants under 65 years of age must be withheld from their government employment salary. All participants age 65 and older shall maintain the existing state of affairs with respect to their health insurance. 3, add paragraphs 7 and 8 to read, 7, employment under this section must be made via notice of personnel action, NOPA process, or the regular...
Motion.
Senator Francis, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that we waive the reading of Amendment 34-480. I so move.
The motion has been made by Senator Novell E. Francis to waive the reading of the amendment, and it's been properly seconded by Senator Payne. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries.
I so move.
The amendment has been properly moved by Senator Milton Potter and seconded by Senator Payne. Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment carries.
Motion.
You are recognized, Senator Milton Potter, for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, a technical amendment. Technical amendment.
You can state your technical amendment, Senator Potter.
The technical amendment is really minor on Section 1D4, changing Tier 2 to Tier 1. I so move.
The motion,
Second.
the technical amendment has been properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Payne and Senator Francis. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0171 as amended, an act amending Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28A, Section 755, relating to the service retirement annuity to allow retirees to re-enter government service and retain their annuity while paying a contribution to the retirement system, amending Title Chapter 25, Subchapter 3, relating to the government personnel position classification system, position to cover positions of annuitants who re-enter government service and for other related purposes be favorably considered, as amended, be favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 34-0171 has been properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Payne. Roll call on Bill 34-0171 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson?
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr.? Yes. Senator Payne, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker?
Yay.
Senator Whitaker, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yay.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0171, an act amending Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 27, Section 706, and Chapter 28A, Section 755, relating to the service retirement annuity to allow retirees to re-enter government service and retain their annuity while paying a contribution to the retirement system, amending Title Chapter 25, Subchapter 3, relating to the government personnel position classification system position to cover positions of annuitants who re-enter government service and for other related purposes, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. 1 minute recess. Let's go into a 1 minute recess. Thank you.
Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. We have exhausted today's agenda, and I sincerely wish to commend and thank my good freshman colleague on my left, Senator Carla Joseph, for her assistance. Thank you, colleagues, for your support on these two significant initiatives that were passed today. I think it really puts us in a good light that we have a respect and concern for Virgin Islands families, and I think the Responsible Fatherhood Act of 2022 will be a step in the right direction in terms of providing programs, initiatives, and policies that will support and nurture and foster the engagement of fathers in the lives of their children. I think it's going to bear some positive fruit. Likewise, Bill number 34-0171, the Return to Work Bill. It will eliminate this whole concept of double dipping, which used to be a bad word in the government of the Virgin Islands. This initiative allows retirees to return to government while maintaining their retirement annuity. It presents zero burden on the system. So it is going to be an awesome opportunity to bring retirees back into the fold to supplement GRS income. We are hopeful that with the income from this initiative, we can restart the loan program. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your support. Point of personal privilege, Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Committee on Rules for the exceptionally ran and professionally done committee today in executing all the bills. I highly appreciate it. Pro, con, everyone voted a conscience, and I am very much pleased with that. So thank you very much. And if I didn't, I may have neglected to state that the co-sponsor for Bill 34-0072 is the freshman senator from the Big Island, Senator Carrion. Thank you for the support also. Senator, Mr. Chair, again, exceptionally ran, professionally done. Thank you very much for the support, and thank you to the committee.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to thank the committee, and not only the committee, but also all my colleagues, members of the Committee on Education, for their suggestions, recommendations to the amendments that were presented today, the members of this committee, the Committees on Rules and Judiciary, for your support and unanimously voting in favor of the bill. Today we have moved another step, I should say, closer to equal education for all our students. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. And I failed to mention the co-sponsor of the Responsible Fatherhood Bill, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, thank you very much for your support on that initiative. Colleagues, we've exhausted our agenda. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting of Thursday, March 10th, 2022 is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much, Central staff.